Members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, all following this meeting via social media, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this public meeting of Parliament for today, Wednesday, March 11th. This is public meeting number 14. At this time, I want to give a special word of welcome to the Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunication, Mrs. Grisha Heiliger-Martin, and her support staff here with us this morning. We have established a quorum of 13 members. Please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have received a couple of notices, one of absence from the member, the Weaver, and notices of lateness from the members Peterson and Utley. Are there any notifications? Oh, in the meantime, MP Utley is here very well present. Does any member have a notification to make at this time? We do have MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor for notifications.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my honorable colleagues, the Minister of TIAT, her support staff, and a special good morning to the people of St. Martin. Madam Chair, I have one notification, and I'm addressing the Minister of TIAT, although she's not here in that capacity, but as Deputy Prime Minister, to appeal to her to the fact that I saw an article the other day where the district cleaning contracts will be ending end of this month. There has been no new tender, Madam Chair. This will affect 200+ individuals in terms of jobs. We had a robbery this morning at the receiver's office. We have robberies everywhere going on, Madam Chair. I don't know why the government, in my humble opinion, some ministers are finding strategic ways to continue to impoverish our people. But I hope in your capacity as Minister of, or Deputy Prime Minister, that you can appeal to your colleagues, Minister, put out the tender, allow, even if it's not the same individual, somebody else will get a job. Because what is happening with our young people, Madam Chair, is very sad and unfortunate. And as government, we need to seek ways and means to provide for them and provide for them to be able to work. Therefore, I just want to leave that there, and I hope that the Minister can take that back to the Council of Ministers. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Doran, for your notification. I now give the floor to MP York. MP York, you have the floor. No, there's no need for MP York at this time. So we do have another MP for notifications, and that is MP Lewis, to whom I give the floor at this time. MP Lewis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister of TIAT and her support staff, those in the Tribune, and my honorable colleagues here in Parliament. Madam Chair, to follow up on the statement I made last week regarding the unacceptable condition of our roads and a clear lack of development taking place, I must once again express my deep frustration. On a daily basis, I continue to receive overwhelming reports pertaining to the deteriorating state of our infrastructure. What is even more troubling is the apparent lack of urgency and understanding today that our dear Minister of Vrommy is traveling straight. So I would like to know what is going on in this country, Madam Chair. I also learned on information pertaining to the dump, where there's a set of garbage and apparently equipment that was also requested to be serviced on time is not serviced. So I would like to know who really got a contract to keep the dump in order and what is going on with the Minister of Vrommy in his lack of attention that he needs to give to the respective sectors within his department. Madam Chair, I am tired and I'm sick of it, and something needs to be done immediately pertaining to the lack of attention coming from the Minister of Vrommy. We also sent questions. We're still waiting for answers from him as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I will just pause for a minute or two as we try to establish, but we can continue with the meeting in the meantime, and I therefore give the floor still for notifications to MP Utley. MP Utley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, good evening, Honorable Minister of TIAT. the viewing and listening public. Madam Chair, the day before yesterday, I spoke about Uvromi, and we're hearing it seems to be a hot topic. An urgent meeting was requested, and what behooves me is that the same things that motions of disapprovals, motions of no confidence came against former Minister Doran for, this minister is doing. When I see his own party members questioning him on the way that he's handling things, it makes me really wonder. Madam Chair, Vromi will come in here through you and say that he has not received any meeting requests, he has not received this or that. I am, as a member of Parliament, hoping that we can cross our T's and dot our I's and ensure that the minister is brought in here immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Otley. I continue with notifications, and I give the floor to MP Irion. MP Irion, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, SG, my fellow colleagues, the Honorable Minister and her support staff, and the viewing public. Madam Chair, I would like to give a thank you to the justice workers and how they handled, operated the traffic situation when it came to the regatta. I think without them, we would have had an even more serious traffic situation. And unfortunately, with where we are now in terms of capacity, I think this might have to be our way forward, a standard way forward going on a daily basis, with using the justice workers to be able to keep the traffic flow going. But again, I will thank them for how they handled it, and I would hope that the government also uses this opportunity for them to handle the same situation when it comes to Carnival going forward. But more importantly, pay them the overtime when it comes around. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irion. At this time, I don't see any other member wishing to take the floor for notifications. However, I would like to respond to the queries, generally with respect to the meeting requests, and in particular, those requests involving the Minister of Vromi. And I can inform the members of Parliament that the Secretariat of Parliament and the Secretary General himself is in contact with the Office of the Minister of Vromi to schedule as soon as possible the requests for meetings that are on the table of Parliament. This has been an ongoing interaction, let me use that word, and what we are seeking to do in trying to get those meetings going is to firstly get the public meeting requests and see when those can be scheduled, of course, when the presence of the minister is also requested. So I just want to inform the members of Parliament that it is not as if requests for meetings go out to the respective ministers, and then if the response is we can't, I, as minister, cannot meet at this time, that it is left at that. That is absolutely not the case. So I just want the members to know that even now, practically as we speak, well, these days, that interaction with the cabinet of the minister is ongoing to establish the meetings or to convene the meetings as they are being requested. And as the Secretary General just pointed out, the same is taking place with the ministry or the minister's office of VSA in terms of getting some outstanding meetings that we have on request going as well. So, members of Parliament, I want to thank you for your notifications and the general items and issues raised during notifications. So we can continue now with the agenda for this meeting. And the agenda for this meeting contains 3 points, namely, 1, the U.S. China and related countries trade war and its broader economic implications. 2, the role of large-scale events such as Soul Beach Music Festival in boosting tourism and business growth. 3, the prolonged delay in the construction of the vendor marketplace initially set to begin in August 2024 and its impact on small businesses. This meeting was requested by MP Doran, MP York, MP Irion, and it is registered on the IS 768 of the Parliamentary year 24-25, and it is dated the 26th of March of 2025. Members of Parliament, allow me to remind you that as this is a public meeting, interruptions can be allowed by the chair, and I have decided that this will be possible for this meeting with, of course, the requirements, criteria, guidelines, if you wish, for interruptions, brief assertions, comments, and yes. So whatever interruption you make, I ask you that it is please be kept brief, and the amount allotted to every member during an agenda point is 3. That is interruptions. So we are going to go over to agenda point number 1. What I want to suggest, however, is that we get the first set of questions in on agenda point number 1. We adjourn that point at that point, and then we go over to 2, do the same there, and 3, do the same there, so that we don't have to wait to touch on agenda point 2 or 3 until agenda point 1 is completed. So, and I look to the minister, and just by a nod that is the way that we will proceed in terms of the agenda points. As I mentioned, the request for this meeting was received on March the 26th of 2025, and the presence of the Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport, and Telecommunication was requested. At this time, I look to the requesters of the meeting and see if there's any one of the requesters who would like to elucidate briefly on the request for this meeting. I see that MP Irion will do such, and I invite MP Irion to take the floor.
Madam Chair, as you mentioned just now, this meeting was called over a year ago, and I think that it's still timely because as today we're dealing with another war. So we were dealing with trade wars then, and today we're dealing with the Iran war. But the important thing is that the effects of both of these are the same. So we requested this meeting to have an idea of how the government plans to mitigate the negative impact on these wars on our economy and our livelihood. Regarding the 2 other agenda points, the Soho Beach and the marketplace, evidently the marketplace still hasn't. Oh, that's okay. So in this case, then it will just be for the agenda point on the wars, and that's why we call that.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Irion, for the introduction on this request made by members of Parliament for this meeting. Members of Parliament, just a reminder when we get there that for this meeting, the speaking time is 20 minutes in the first round and 10 in the second round. And stating that, I now give the floor to the Minister of TIAT, Minister Grisha Heiliger-Martin, for her opening remarks and I believe a presentation as well. Minister, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chair Lady. Good morning to the Secretary General. Good morning to the honorable members of Parliament. Good morning to you all guests in the Tribune and those viewing and listening online. Madam Chair Lady, when this meeting was originally requested, the focus of the discussion was primarily on the tariff dispute between the United States and China and the potential implications that such trade tensions could have for the economies around the world, including small island economies such as St. Martin. However, since that time, global developments have continued to evolve. Trade tensions are no longer limited to a single dispute between 2 countries, but are increasingly part of a broader shift within the global trade environment. In recent days, we have also seen growing geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, particularly in the surrounding Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most critical shipping routes for the global energy supply. Any instability in that region has the potential to affect oil prices, shipping costs, global supply chains. And for small import-dependent economies like St. Martin, developments such as these can translate directly into higher transportation costs, higher prices for imported goods, and increased pressures on the cost of living. As a result, today's discussion goes beyond the original U.S. and China tariff issue. It provides the broader update on how ongoing global trade dynamics, geopolitical tensions, and potential disruptions in global shipping routes may influence supply chains, pricing, and ultimately the cost of goods for the people of St. Martin. For that reason, the ministry will provide a brief overview of these developments, what they may mean for our country, and how we are monitoring the situation and engaging with stakeholders to ensure that St. Martin remains informed, prepared, and responsive as these global events continue to unfold. Okay. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Okay. For countries like St. Martin, the reality is that most of the goods we rely on every day are imported. From food and fuel to building materials, household items, what reaches our shelves has often traveled thousands of miles before it arrives here. Along that journey, several factors determine the price consumers ultimately pay. The cost of production, transportation distance, shipping and logistics, insurance, storage, distribution, and global supply availability all influence the final price of goods. A product may exist somewhere in the world, but if it cannot move efficiently through the global trade system to reach markets like ours, it has little value to consumers here. And when it does arrive, it carries with it an accumulated cost of that entire supply chain. This is why developments taking place between major economies, particularly when tariffs, trade tensions, or supply chain disruptions occur, can create ripple effects across global markets. These disruptions are rarely confined to the countries directly involved. Instead, they move through the global trading system, and eventually small island economies like St. Martin may feel these impacts. Importers and distributors often attempt to absorb some of these increases where possible. However, there are limits to how much pressure can be observed before a portion of these costs ultimately reaches the consumer. In situations like this, government sometimes examines measures such as maximum price control on certain essential goods. These mechanisms help ensure transparency and prevent excessive pricing. However, it is important to understand that they do not reduce the global cost of goods. What they provide is a structure and oversight within the marketplace, helping consumers better understand pricing and ensuring fairness. Other measures such as tax exemptions, subsidies, or adjustments to the minimum wage are also often part of the public discussions when cost of living rises. These conversations are important, but they must always be approached carefully to ensure that any action taken is sustainable and truly beneficial to the people they are intended to support. As a government, our responsibility is to continuously assess the most effective ways to support our people while ensuring the public resources are used responsibly and create meaningful value for the country. While global economic shifts are beyond the control of any single small island nation, what we can control is how we prepare, how we monitor developments, and how we position our economy to respond responsibly. One of the key tools used is to monitor how these pressures may affect our economy is the Consumer Price Index, the CPI, produced by our Department of Statistics. According to our most recent press release issued in February 2026, the Consumer Price Index increased slightly by 115.28 in the fourth quarter of 2025. This represents a 0.16 increase compared to the previous quarter. and a 0.42% increase in the, compared to the fourth quarter of 2024. When looking at the year as a whole, overall inflation for 2025 remained below 1%, at approximately 0.92%. This indicates that price movements across most categories remain relatively stable during the year. However, when we examine the details behind those numbers, we begin to see where certain pressures may be emerging. Food and non-alcoholic beverages increased by 2.31% between 2024 and 2025. And while transport-related costs also recorded increase during the same period. So at the same time, the largest category in the index, which includes housing, water, electricity, gas, and other funds, recorded a decline. That decline helped offset increases in other areas and contributed to the relatively moderate inflation rate recorded overall. What this tells us is that while prices across the economy has remained relatively stable overall, some of the everyday items people rely on most, particularly food and transportation, are already showing signs of upward movement. These are also the categories that typically respond first when global shipping costs rise or simply supply chains experience disruptions. For this reason, the ministry continues to closely monitor these developments so we can better understand how global economic shifts may eventually affect the cost of living here in St. Martin. Of course, it is also important to note that the data reflects conditions prior to the recent escalation of the conflict of the Middle East. Since February 28, when hostiles involving Iran began just 2 weeks ago, global markets have been closely monitoring developments in that region, particularly around the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical, as stated before, shipping routes. And as mentioned earlier, any disruption there has the potential to influence fuel prices, shipping costs, and ultimately the cost of imported goods. And as a small imported dependent economy, St. Martin must therefore remain attentive to how these evolving global developments may influence future price movements. At the same time, the ministry is not simply waiting to see how these developments unfold. Work is already taking place behind the scenes to maintain dialogue with key stakeholders responsible for bringing foods into our country. Recently, the ministry held discussions with major food importers, shipping companies operating within our supply chain, and these conversations are important because they provide insight into how different parts of the system are experiencing global pressures. Importers have expressed concerns about rising costs and have called for greater transparency in the breakdown of shipping charges, particularly when it comes to the surcharges that may be applied during periods of volatility. Shipping companies, on the other hand, indicated that many of their operational costs are also determined internationally. Fuel prices, port charges, logistic costs, and are influenced by global market conditions that are often beyond their direct control. What these discussions highlight is that every stage of the supply chain operates within the same global environment. Importers, shipping companies, fuel suppliers, distributors, and retailers all face pressures that originate far beyond our shores. Understanding these dynamics is essential because it allows government to determine where intervention may be appropriate and where the greater transparency in the marketplace is necessary. Among the options currently being explored is the possibility of adjusting the excise taxes. Something that governments before us have also considered during previous periods of global economic pressure. And at the same time, the ministry will continue strengthening its monitoring and engaging efforts so that both government and the public can better understand how prices are evolving and where the potential pressures may begin. However, beyond government policy, there is also a broader responsibility that we must share as a community. Businesses play an important role in maintaining fairness within the marketplace. While costs may increase, we encourage businesses to ensure that pricing reflects actual costs and not unnecessary markups. And when costs decrease, those reductions should also be reflected for consumers. Fair pricing is not only good business practice, it is part of the responsible corporate citizenship within our community. And at the same time, we must also speak honestly about the reality we may face. Global tensions create economic pressure that are beyond the control of any single government. These pressures originate in the global market and affect countries around the world, including small island economies like ours. And because of that, there may be moments when all of us must adjust. It may mean being more mindful about how we manage our household expenses. It may mean driving a little less, sharing rides when possible, or being more selective about what we purchase. It may mean choosing alternatives at the supermarket or paying closer attention to what we can save, where we can save. These are adjustments that households across the world make when global conditions shift. And St. Martin will not be immune to those realities. But what is important is that we face those realities together and responsibly. At the same time, as the Ministry responsible for tourism and economic affairs, we will continue working to ensure that economic activities on the island remain strong. Tourism remains one of the pillars that sustains our economy and supports thousands of livelihoods across St. Martin. It is therefore critical that we continue to protect what makes our island special. We must continue to remain welcoming, hospitable, and open to the world. Even during uncertain global times, St. Martin must continue to be a destination that people want to visit. In fact, moments like these can also present opportunities. As the world navigates economic uncertainty, we want visitors everywhere to know that St. Martin remains safe, open, and ready to welcome them. Whether there is a returning visitor or someone discovering our island for the first time, St. Martin and his people await you. While we cannot control what happens beyond our borders or beyond our waters, we can control how we respond. By staying informed, maintaining fairness in the marketplace, supporting our local businesses, and continuing to welcome the world to our shores. We will navigate these challenges together. And because history has shown time and time again that when challenges arise, the people of St. Martin adapt, we support one another, and always find a way forward. Madam Chair Lady, that concludes my presentation. I thank the honorable members of Parliament and the people of St. Martin for their attention, and I assure you that the Ministry will continue to monitor these developments closely and respond where necessary to protect the interests of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Grisha Heiliger Martin, the Minister of TIAT, for that introduction and presentation to the first agenda point for this meeting today. I'm allowing the members who wish to speak to the topic to indicate that on the speakers list, and so far I have MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you to the Minister as well for the presentation. Madam Chair, I always believe in, prevention being better than cure. None of us have a crystal ball to know the developments in the world and the direction it will go. However, we do have the right to prepare. We do have the infrastructure, meaning to say staff and support, and the willingness needs to be there to do that. The reason I say that, Madam Chair, as you mentioned, and also my colleague MP Irion, this meeting was called over a year ago. So if we had had a dialogue, get the ideas or understand what the government was busy with so that we could also give our input as elected representatives of the people, we wouldn't be here having a discussion on what may or may not be in terms of the results. Nevertheless, we are here now, Madam Chair, and I have the following questions through you to the Minister. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, has the Ministry conducted any assessment on how the ongoing trade tensions between the major economic major economies could affect the import costs for St. Martin? I heard you mention different scenarios, but can we get any concrete results in terms of, let's say, for instance, March of 2025 compared to April or June of 2025 and now in 2026 with the most recent developments in Iran? And of course, as you mentioned, given our heavy reliance on imports, can the minister indicate which products the ministry believes are most vulnerable to the price increase or shipping disruptions in the current global environment? Through you, Madam Chair. In situations like this, the private sector often notices price changes before the government does. Has the ministry engaged with the wholesalers, retailers, and shipping agents and the Chamber of Commerce, for instance, to determine whether they are already seeing early signs of pressure in the supply chains in terms of the import costs? If not, would the minister consider establishing a periodic consultation with the private sector so that government can review and receive early signals to respond more proactively in these potential developments? Madam Chair, another concern that comes to mind is the cost of living, which many of us face on a daily basis and face with discussions from our citizens. I would like to know through you, Minister, has the ministry conducted any scenario planning on how the global trade tension could affect the inflation on the overall cost of living on St. Martin? For instance, if the tariffs of the geopolitical tensions drive up the cost of construction materials internationally, what impact does that have, or what impact does the ministry expect it could have on the housing costs, development of projects, and even regular public infrastructure? Madam Chair, a practical step that the government could consider is strengthening how we monitor our economic development. And with that being said, I would like to know if the minister is open to consider establishing a small economic monitoring platform with the Chamber of Commerce and key businesses so that the sector could keep track of global developments that may affect import, supply chains, and prices locally. I know that there was a seminar a couple of weeks ago that the minister held with various key stakeholders. I think that out of that same, constellation of individuals or institutions, you can find the key persons that would know directly how it affects and also involve somebody from social affairs. That would be my suggestion. So I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, if the minister would be open to something like that. Minister, has the ministry assessed whether the economic uncertainty in major markets could eventually influence visitor behavior on St. Martin? For example, travelers beginning to reduce the discretionary spending that they do when they come here. If that risk exists, what steps is the government taking to ensure that St. Martin remains competitive and attractive destination, even during uncertain global economic periods? Madam Chair, through you to the minister, has the ministry reviewed whether the current basket of goods is being monitored still accurately and if it reflects the households in St. Martin are actually purchasing today, especially considering the changing in consumption patterns and the rising costs? If the global trade development begin pushing up costs of basic items, is the government considering strengthening the monitoring of the basket of goods so that price changes can be identified early and communicated clearly to the public? Madam Chair, another practical measure could be using the baskets of goods data more actively as a policy tool. Is the ministry exploring whether the baskets of goods analysis can be used more proactively to guide policy responses when essential items experience a sudden or sustained price increases? Finally, through you, Madam Chair, Minister, in your view, what is currently the single greatest economic vulnerability for St. Martin in the context of shifting global trade dynamics, and what concrete steps is the government taking right now to ensure that St. Martin is better prepared? I know that this is a sensitive question, so I would accept if it's given in writing, because of course I don't want to jeopardize our position as a regional competitor. And I want to say this. A couple of days ago, a colleague mentioned heavy is the head that wears the crown, but I also believe that with great power comes great responsibility. And the economy is in your hands, Minister. Right now we have different things taking place across the globe. We have our own things dealing with home, the rise in crime, the rise in poverty, the rise in unemployment. And I mentioned something earlier today, notifications, and I hope that we could be taking this serious, because at the end of the day, We all live here in St. Martin, and the crime affects everybody. It does not discriminate. And later, we don't want to say what we could have or should have done. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I look forward to these responses before moving on to the second round.
Thank you, MP Doran, for those questions and comments on this agenda point. The next speaker on the agenda point before us is MP, MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to the Griffier, honorable colleagues, members, guests in the Tribune, the Minister's support staff, and the Minister as well. Madam Chair, through you, at moments like these, it's important that we occasionally take the step back to take a look at the entire picture of things and the bigger picture of things. The international situation is clearly shifting beneath our feet. Oil prices are rising again, gas markets remain volatile, and small island economies like ours feel these shocks first and the hardest. When energy prices rise, as the Minister stated in her presentation, it does not only stay in the fuel tank, it moves through the entire economy. Electricity goes up, transport goes up, food prices rise, and eventually the cost of living also rises for our people. Through you, Madam Chair, the Minister recently, not recently, but lately had an article, or at least an article was written by something the Minister said, where she stated that on the side of tourism, islands in the Caribbean or region should not be competing with one another, but working with one another to make one total product. At least that's what I deduced from what she said. And basically that's, some people agreed with the Minister, some people disagreed, some people laughed, some people call her crazy. I, on the other hand, would be hypocritical if I was to stand here and say I disagree with what the Minister said. Actually, it was a similar question was posed by myself to the Minister last year when I asked the Minister what she believes, if she believes in decentralized tourism. I wrote an entire article on the topic, so it will be kind of hypocritical of me to say now otherwise. But, so it's safe enough to say that that resonated with me, what basically the stance of the Minister on that topic. But it raises a broader thought. If decentralizing, at least if that's what I understood from what the Minister stated, or something similar of it, decentralizing tourism across the Caribbean makes sense, should we also not be thinking about decentralizing economic strengths across the Caribbean? Because when global shocks happen, we see the same pattern every time, each island, or most islands, trying to face the problem alone. We import fuel from the same global markets. We import same goods, mostly from the same markets. And when prices rise, every island feels it. And this brings us to the bigger question. Is it really an island problem or a regional vulnerability? We've been trying to solve this island by island. Yet across the region, every island brings different strengths. Some have geothermal energy potential. Some are moving rapidly into solar energy. Some have stronger agricultural capacity. Others function as transport and logistic hubs. So the question I would like to pose to the Minister via you, Madam Chair, as global prices, energy prices rise and international uncertainty increases, are there conversations happening at the regional level to combat these instances? And how to, better yet, are the conversations happening on how we can support one another? And more specifically, what role does the Minister envision for St. Martin in such a construct, if she believes in the construct? Because in reality, the reality is basically, if the global shocks do not stop at our border, why should our solutions to them do? So perhaps the solutions shouldn't stop at the border as well. And with that being said, Madam Chair, I would like the Minister's opinion or stance. I understand maybe it's something that she hasn't worked out as yet, but just her personal view on that matter and how that would fit into the endeavor she's embarking on right now in trying to solve or mitigate the situation. With that being said, Madam Chair, after taking note of the Minister's presentation, I wrote down a couple phrases that that sprung out to me. One, the Minister said that the Cabinet and the government is monitoring the situation. The Minister had a call to action as well, and the Minister explained what governments normally do in these instances. And I was going along with the presentation until then, and I was hoping that at some point in the presentation before it would end, that the Minister would explain, okay, this is what governments can do, but this is what we are going to do. And that moment never came. The Minister mentioned monitoring to see what will happen and then to see what the government can do on the matter afterwards. But the one thing is certain that will happen, Madam Chair, what will happen through you is basically the gas prices are going to go up, the GB prices are going to go up. These are things that we know are going to happen. Why do we still have to sit, wait, and monitor to see what and if it's going to happen? And the Minister also explained through you, Madam Chair, it may mean that the public needs to do certain things and that the public wouldn't have to also make certain responsible decisions, and that I totally agree with, Madam Chair. But what it may also mean, this global crisis, is that getting the relief to the people as the government promised is now more important than ever. That is one thing for certain, and that's what it will also mean during this endeavor, getting the promised relief to the people. Because not only gas prices, but the GB prices, just electrical prices, will be soaring. And I would also like to know, Madam Chair, in closing, this is a global shock caused by international crisis. This is not the first international crisis that the world has experienced since this government has been in office. Yet, by virtue of the presentation, I'm getting the feeling that all these things are being monitored now. So my question would be, in closing, Madam Chair, what was monitored during the last crisis, and what are the learning moments from that crisis that we could take over to this crisis, that we can actually be proactive on certain things? I understand not everything, but certain things, instead of being reactive on everything. And with that, Madam Chair, I will wait on the answers from the Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
MP York, thank you for your contribution to the discussion. Members of Parliament, that appears to be it for this agenda point. For this agenda point, I do see we have some other MPs. I will allow those who have already stood up. Had you remained seated, then you would have been excluded from the listing, but those who have already stood up on this agenda point, I'm allowing you to sign in because I take that as an indication that you would like to speak on the topic. And therefore, there's a little discussion taking place here. I allow the Secretary General to listen and explain to the MPs what they're asking, and then we shall continue. Okay, the MPs have received clarification on how the meeting is to proceed. So, and MP Veronica, what I would suggest to you to come to the desk, and while I'm allowing this, you two may approach the bench, namely the desk. And if there's something you like clarified from the SG, I allow you to do so now. I will momentarily continue with the speakers on this topic. However, I think it was important that MPs got clarification from how the meeting is to proceed, because what we're doing, consider it being 3 distinct and separate agenda points. The process for every agenda point needs to be followed, writing in per agenda point, The rounds apply per agenda point, interruptions per agenda point, etc., etc. So, as I indicated, however, we are going to be having the speakers on agenda point 1. The questions will be asked, and then we will adjourn that agenda point, continue to the next one, and the same process will be followed. And then we will continue the regular round scheduling, so the answering and potentially second round questions in the same fashion. So just ensuring that all members understand that, and I'm making sure that every member who wishes to speak to this topic have the opportunity. I do have a list of speakers to continue with, and I start with MP Irion. MP Irion, you have the floor for the continuation of questions by members of Parliament.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to the Minister and her presentation. Minister, in your presentation, I was a little disappointed because I would typically see a presentation with a little bit more call to action. In your presentation, you mentioned we may do this, we may do that, but what I was expecting is actually a call to action. So if in your last slide was call to action, but there was literally zero call to actions from government, none. It would just be can, we may, but that's not call to actions. A call to action would mean that government is going to tell the citizens of St. Martin to execute this. We are going to do this, not we may. That's not a call to action. In a meeting we had earlier this week of education, the Chair of Parliament mentioned that we expect the government or ministers that they come with the solution, right? Not just the reports, but they come not to discuss the reports, but they come with the solution. And I didn't see that here today in this presentation. I didn't see a solution to our issues. It's been a year, so we had a whole year to plan about wars and tariff increases, etc. We had none of that today. The general public is none the wiser in what the mitigation efforts the government will be using in terms of crisis, in terms of tariff wars. One of them could be, for example, because we had an MP talking about solutions, right? One could be, hey, the government will take action to tell our citizens to buy more local, keep money circulating among ourselves. That's a call to action. Not saying we may do this as citizens. No, a call to action is we will do this. We will have a campaign on this. We will talk about this. What is the government going to do to mitigate efforts? And yes, we're a small island economy, but we have our own insulation. Will the government subsidize certain fields, certain industries, certain areas? That's a call to action. And then I was also very concerned regarding the information, and Madam Chair, I would like to ask the Minister, because the presentation was stuck on one slide, but the Minister was given very pertinent and important information in terms of data. Inflation, I believe GDP, etc. But the public couldn't see, and we as members of Parliament couldn't see. So is it possible to have this sent to us during this meeting so that we could actually analyze the data in front of us? Because the Minister mentioned, for example, 0.9% inflation. And, that might sound nice, right? Because in a healthy, yes, 0.9 inflation, that's what I believe the Minister mentioned, because not impossible. Yes, I see the SG mentioning that. And it may sound nice and stable, because in a healthy economy and in a growing economy, inflation and GDP tend to move together in the same direction. So when I hear 0.9% inflation, it may appear stable, but for me, is an actual warning sign that our economy is stagnant. When GDP is high, the economy is booming. The people are buying stuff. Things are moving and spending money. So typically, when you have a low inflation matching the GDP, that would mean that we are not moving. And again, I haven't heard anything in the presentation, right, concerning that. That yes, we have this low inflation, which moves with GDP, which means our economy is not doing well. And what are we going to do about this? What is the plan to boost our economy, increase spending, et cetera, et cetera? And when we look at inflation and look at central banks around the world, and even our own central bank, right? They try to keep inflation at let's say, a moderate percentage of around 2%. Why? That ensures that our economy is moving. If you look at even the U.S. and the Feds, they're trying to reduce their own down from the amount they have now down to around 2%. Right? But bigger countries have a lot more tools, right, to be able to do this. Are we going to float a bond? What are we going to do as a government? And then we have the reports from the audit chamber talking about our statistics. There are concerns of inaccurate statistics. So, and I haven't heard anything again from the government saying, hey, we are sure of our data. We have two big entities, the central bank, and now the audit chamber saying, we have concerns about the data coming out of the government, in particular the Ministry of TIAT, in particular the Department of Statistics. Two entities. So the trust in the population is not with the government at current, because they trust the audit chamber, for most part they trust the central bank, but the government isn't coming out and denying any of these reports. The government isn't coming out and saying, hey, these are not the actual numbers and figures. And I see we have this said here today, and I'm very interested in the next agenda point on this report and where this data came from. So, Madam Chair, again, I'm disappointed that we had to wait a whole year for this meeting, but I'm even more disappointed that we have gotten nothing extra. We are none the wiser of the government and what they plan to do to deal with these wars. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irion. And we continue with the speakers on this agenda point, and I invite MP Kotai to take the floor. MP Kotai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to all. Madam Chair, I'm going to reserve my questions and comments for the second round of this agenda point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Kotai. Noted. I give the floor to MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to all. Madam Chair, I want to thank the Minister for coming to Parliament and explaining their view of what is going to happen or what they foresee happening in this global crisis. The war in Iran will effectively affect the whole Caribbean. It's no secret to that. Oil prices will rise, shipping costs will rise, and for us that is very important. Now, my question to the Minister is, have they or will they consult with NVGEB onto how GB sees this affecting the prices of electricity? We don't want a situation where we have extreme spikes in electricity and all of a sudden it is what it is, there's no contesting. Do they see oil prices spiking, not oil price, electricity spiking 10%, 15%, whatever they may be? We really need to prepare the population for these spikes. The government has a responsibility to society, but we as citizens also have to understand how we should move with our finances, our budgeting, et cetera. And I do believe the government should provide a clear path to this, as well as consulting with shipping companies, consulting with grocery stores, et cetera, like that. So with that being said, I would like to get those answers and see how we could be more proactive with informing the population on these issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Labega. I continue and I give the floor to MP Jansen Webster to take the floor. MP Jansen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and good morning to the Minister, to my colleagues, the Minister Support Staff, Shafir, and everyone listening in. Madam Chair, I think that this is such an important point because as a small island, and everything, as the Minister indicated, everything is shipped in. We have to be prepared. And I heard one of my other colleagues mention something that I wholeheartedly believe in. If it's not done already, that the ministry should have a task force put in place. I think in this task force, GEBE, but also SOL should be included. And why? Because right now SOL is the only one controlling the oil that is coming in here, and with the prices, etc., the ministry together with SOL, together with GB, will have to do something on maximum prices that SOL will be charging to GEBE, and GEBE then passing on in the fuel clause to the community. Also, what I am looking at, Madam Chair, is the cooperation in the region. We are not the only island that will see an effect or could see an effect from this. I would say will see an effect. The other islands as well. And when we look at historical GDP figures, we look at historical inflation figures that were mentioned here, and I went back and I looked at some figures, you will see a trend throughout the islands of the Caribbean. We are all affected the same way. So I know that we are not part of CARICOM, but we have people from all nations here, and we have been very neighborly, and so we can approach other countries as well and discuss how they are going to solve this matter in some way or the other, and then not forgetting to look at the Netherlands as well, because when I researched the low sulfur fuel that we use here in GB, where it's refined, one of the main areas that refines low sulfur fuel is Rotterdam, and the whole point is we need to look at bunkering fuel and looking at how we can secure our fuel imports in St. Martin. That was my main point that I wanted to bring here in this first round. Madam Chair, I also just wanted to touch on the CPI because I know that I heard the minister mention the 0.95. I find it low as well, but when I look at other countries in the Caribbean, in 2025 CPI inflation rate actually was between 1.7 and 2.0, and in St. Martin, I know that there is an influence from the French side where there is a push down on our inflation always. And so if we look at the historical numbers, you will see where St. Martin is always a little lower. It doesn't mean necessarily that there is a mistake in the calculation, but there are a lot of things that happen on St. Martin because of our open borders affects the figures that we have, and people need to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Jansen Webster. The next MP to speak is MP Roseburg. MP Roseburg, I invite you to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Blessed morning to everyone present, Minister of TEAT and the support staff, my honorable colleagues, the public in the Tribune, and to all persons viewing and listening online. First of all, Minister of TEAT, through you, Madam Chair, thank you for your presentation. This is something that is facing us all, so we need to be creative in solutions providing. Also, the solutions provided so far in regards to food securing and also teaming up, it is a step forward. So it's not the solution at whole because it's currently developing, but it's at least some steps we're giving, and I'm currently awaiting the answers provided that my colleagues posed to see how this further develops, and then I will further interact in the discussion. So that's it for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roseburg. I now invite MP Otley to take the floor. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd first like to dive right into some questions. Can the minister confirm whether goods originating from St. Martin are currently subject to 10% baseline tariff imposed by United States. Is St. Martin formally listed as a jurisdiction subject for this? When were they notified? Has the minister conducted an assessment of a specific goods exported from St. Martin to the United States that could be affected by this 10%? Has the ministry evaluated whether these tariffs could directly or indirectly affect the cost of construction material, retail goods, and so on and so on? Will the minister commit to presenting to Parliament a detailed strategy outlining how government intends to secure such? Madam Chair, I have here a photo of an article dated February 11th. Says, Minister of TEAT orders GB to submit tariff structure within 30 days. Today is March 11th. I would like to know, was this received? And it should be received with urgency. Madam Chair, and I stated that I didn't agree with the topic that the minister orders GB to submit tariff structure. I would have rather seen the minister submit tariff structure because the minister has the authority to do so. Motions upon motions upon motions from 2024. Now today we hear MPs asking about the same stuff that were in the motions. Maximum tariffs on salt, seniors. Everyone is concerned, and I say look back at the voting records. Look back, because we saw it coming. Madam Chair, broken promises upon broken promises. August, December, and we still have a pending public meeting with the Prime Minister for the second round of the GBE. Madam Chair, through you, many persons may be watching this meeting and hearing America and China and tariffs and structure. Let's break it down. GB bills are about to go up again. It's inevitable. Gas prices are about to go up again. What I would like is the minister to give a comparison of the cost of goods, 2024, 2025, 2026, if you have the 2026 data. It's too early, but let's see the comparison. We speak of the CPI. CPI is very important because the CPI is used for adjustment of the minimum wage. I have, as a minister, the reason, a former minister, that we diverted from the regulatory way of assessing minimum wage is the fact that using the CPI to me is fooling the people, Madam Chair. If I am drowning and you raise me up 5 centimeters, but then you raise the same water level 5 centimeters, I am still drowning. And that is what's happening with the minimum wage. That is exactly what is happening. That is why we stepped outside of the norm and moved it up, because we would have been far from the thousands still. Guarantee. Ministers are coming to Parliament with no concrete way forward. I see numbers going up with tourism. I give credit where credit is due. But today, no concrete way forward. Madam Chair, I can say this. If GB bills continue to rise astronomically, I will personally bring motion upon motion upon motion. And it can be voted against, as we do not have the majority, but I have a job to do as a member of Parliament. And it is ridiculous. Everyone went on the radio rants, everyone went on media rants and tried to say, oh, we're playing with the public, we're playing, and today now everyone asking about GB prices, GB. When I read the BTP report, Madam Chair, it clearly states the recommendation for the Minister of TEAT to establish a maximum structure. The Minister of TEAT, I not only submitted motions, Madam Chair, we submitted an A.M.R, and all of this is linked to the topic at hand because it will affect us personally. And with nothing to tie down salt, I can only imagine what is going to come, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the grocery prices. We speak about the maximum prices in the basket of goods. What a lot of people may not understand, and I know this for a fact, that a study is done on the most popular brands that is bought. So I may buy, just an example, Kellogg's cornflakes. And a maximum price may be put on Kellogg's. But that don't mean that every cornflake brand has a maximum price. I want to clarify that. So the ministry uses whatever popular brands are bought. So we may see disparity. But there used to be advertisements on links on where you can go to complain, Madam Chair, if things are not right. I'm not seeing that being pushed. The country is in a spiral. We speak about the inflation of construction goods. I was one that faced it with the St. Martin General Hospital, where we had the 4th Amendment. Now we see today, they're asking for 20 million more. And this is just one construction project. It doesn't show the effects of people who are building, people who are trying to build apartments, people who are working, the bus prices, the gas prices. Madam Chair, I must say, this government, and I'll say it clear, because they said it was us, but this government is the worst government that have ever governed this country. This government. If it's wrong, prove me wrong. The effects of the world, the Minister of TIAT cannot stop. Can't stop war with China, with Iran. The Minister of TIAT is not responsible for that. But the Minister of TIAT is responsible for this little country. This is our home. And when you have the Minister of TIAT, who should be sitting right here for this discussion, is also the Prime Minister. That's what I need to hear. The Minister of TIAT can, hey, let's boost tourism. But also, I need to see proactivity, economic boost, showing that you are there for the people. Use the power invested in you through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of TIAT to ensure that while this is happening here, you are saving the people over here. GB tariff, senior tariff. Where's the tariff 60 that the Minister of TIAT so eloquently promoted? Also in the A.M.R that was submitted, there is a senior tariff, a structured senior tariff. The Minister of Tourism in Curacao adjusts the tariffs, add tariffs, reduce tariffs for their country. We use the same basis. Not asking Gibi. Because Gibi will always say no. Gibi will protect Gibi. Who is protecting the people of St. Martin? I look forward to the answers of the questions. I look forward to the answer of this specific question. What was the response from Gibi? I would like the tariff structure that was demanded by the Minister of TIAT within 30 days to be presented to the members of Parliament, whether it's writing, whether it's private, because today marks a month since that article. Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. We continue with the members of Parliament who will be speaking on the topic, and I give the floor to MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister of TIAT, through you, Madam Chair, I've listened to my colleagues that posed questions. And I have come to one conclusion. The people of St. Martin, Madam Chair, deserves a tangible plan from you, Minister, on how you are going to protect the economy and the livelihood of the people of this island nation. So, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, what is your tangible plan to safeguard our economy and the livelihood of our people? And if you do have a plan, when will this be executed? As you will be the Minister of TIAT in the next 2 months, if I'm not mistaken, for 2 straight years. Minister, Madam Chair, do you feel productive? Do you feel as if you're working effectively for our people? Madam Chair, this is important for the people to know. I am not going to divulge into what my other colleagues have said. The people have the right to know from their minister if their livelihood is safeguarded, if we can entrust her with a continuation of running this ministry based on our economy, and if she feels she's working effectively for our people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. The next MP to speak is MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed morning, Madam Chair Lady Rifir, Minister and her support staff, those in the Tribune, and my fellow colleagues in Parliament. Madam Chair Lady, I've heard all the questions from my fellow colleagues, and I too had just one question, and unfortunately, the previous speaker asked it, what is your plan, Minister? All the statistics, all the we might, all of that makes absolutely sense to me. I just want to hear a plan. I want to see the plan. If needed, in writing, where we could discuss the plan, as it is our responsibility as a body to come with the minister. But the question is, and it will remain the responsibility of the ministry, and we expect a plan. That's all. What is your plan moving forward? Where are the controls, the food prices? We have the pumps being checked. Just give us a plan. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. Members of Parliament, we have come to the end of the first round of questions on this agenda by members of Parliament. And however, before we go over to agenda point number 2 and do the same thing, ask the questions, I think the Minister has some comments she would like to make on matters raised by members of Parliament, which she can at this time. But that would not mean that we have closed off the Minister's answers for this agenda point. So right now, the Minister is going to make some comments, maybe give some answers to some of the matters raised by members of Parliament. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, over a year ago, I came with a plan. And I kept sounding the alarm about global shocks over a year ago. And the plan is food security. The plan is making sure that we have regional, that we shift how we import food. That's the most important thing for us right now is food, because that is where it's going to hurt us the most. I've asked members of Parliament, especially the members of Parliament that asked for this meeting on 3 occasions, if the information I gave was enough to our U.S. and China trade war agenda point 1. I've been asked, I think I sent a letter 2-3 times asking that given the information I gave in the CAFA industry, with the CAFA committee, which was the Committee for Agriculture, Livestock and Fishery, that plan of approach will eventually combat food security if that was enough, because mainly that is it. All we can do right now, Madam Chair Lady, is monitor and then and then we mentioned some mitigations that we can do once there is shifts. But as of everything remains calm. Nothing hasn't shifted as yet. We are in close collaboration discussions with the shipping company. We are in close discussions with the supermarkets. We're in close discussions with SAL, and we have already mechanisms to secure and make sure safeguard the people of St. Martin. I just want to leave with that, Madam Chair Lady. I don't want the people of St. Martin to think that I am not working on it and I am not monitoring it, that we are also creating a group chat with the shipping agencies, yes, and it starts with them, and there is where we will be able to now continue to implement the mitigations and so on. But in all, Madam Chair Lady, the long-term solution is food security, because where it's going to hurt us the most. Thank you, and I look forward to coming back and responding to the questions asked from the members of Parliament in this agenda point.
Thank you, Minister, for that elucidation on the agenda point. I see that MP Irion had an interruption he would like to make, and I allow him to do so at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I appreciate the Minister's response just now, and because that's what we're asking for. So during the whole presentation, none of that information we got. So sometimes, Minister, you have to maybe go off script, don't always follow maybe what is presented to you, but that was the beginning of what we wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irion. MP Doran, I see you are requesting the floor, and that would be for? You have a proposal of order for this meeting, for this agenda point. You may make that at this time, MP.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposal of order is for us to get at least 15 to 20 minutes to go over the information just provided for the second agenda point, if that can be granted, based on the Soul Beach report from the SER. I don't think that the report was given this morning to the Minister by SER, but we only received it this morning, so we could have, following the meeting, it's difficult for me to read and listen and understand what's going on, so I would like some time, please.
Thank you, MP Doran, for that proposal, which I definitely will allow. And I don't think it's something that requires actually a voting on, so given your request, I will allow that. And so right now, we are going to adjourn until, I keep looking at that clock, I need to realize that it's an hour ahead. But right now, members of Parliament, we will adjourn until 12 p.m. Okay, we're going to adjourn until 12 p.m. And then the members will have the opportunity to go through the report for the next agenda point. And then when we come back, we will start with the next agenda point. I look to the Minister. Minister, is that then where we can immediately go into the questions, or you also have a presentation or an introduction to be made on the topic?
Sorry, Madam Chair Lady. Yes, I still have a presentation
on that one as well.
On that topic as well.
So then, members of Parliament, when we come back at 12 o'clock, then we will follow the same as we did for the agenda point number 1, namely, Minister makes an introduction to the topic, and then the members of Parliament can, of course, ask questions. We adjourn at that point, and we do the same for 3 and go into the questions, or presentation and questions. So right now, we're going to adjourn until 12 p.m. Meeting adjourned.
Good afternoon, members of Parliament, Honorable Minister, support staff. Welcome back to OVE 14 as we continue with the handling of, as we adjourned Agenda Point 1 and continue with the handling of Agenda Point 2. We now go over to Agenda Point 2, the role of the large-scale events such as Soul Beach Music Festival in boosting tourism and business growth in the same letter of March 26, 2025, IS 768, 2024-2025. The members of Parliament, MP Doran, MP York, and MP Irion also requested that aforementioned topic be added on the agenda for deliberations, the meeting with the Minister of TIAT. At this time, I would first like to give the floor to the requesters of this meeting to elucidate their requests on this agenda point. To which member of Parliament can I give the floor? I see MP Irion. MP Irion, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Even though we are more than a year removed from this topic, at that time, we were calling this meeting in particular to understand how the Soul Beach came about, and also the subsidy ordinance, how was that used? And since then, we've also seen that the audit chamber, they plan to do their own investigation regarding subsidies, and in particular the one from Soul Beach, but also doing investigations going forward. So we're hoping to see or get some information that will then align with the future investigation from audit chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irion. At this time, I would like to give the floor to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunication, Mrs. Grisha Heiliger-Martin, for her presentation. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everyone listening, viewing, and good afternoon to the honorable members of Parliament and to our SG. Before we begin, I would like to note that to the members of Parliament that Mr. Gerrit is also, Mr. Gerrit Richardson is here with us today. I personally invited him to attend this public meeting in the event that any members of Parliament may have technical questions regarding the methodology used in their research on the basis of the advice. Their presence today is simply to just assist in clarification if needed, and they are not here to be part of the debate or the discussion itself, but are available and should any technical matters arise that may benefit from their expertise. Mr. Chairman, today's discussion is about more than a festival. While Soul Beach has generated significant public debate, the real conversation we must have is about how we manage opportunity and how we stimulate our economy during the slower months, and how we ensure that our people benefit from the tourism industry that sustains our economy. Because beyond the headlines and the political commentary, our responsibility as government is to look at the facts, examine the economic impact, and determine whether opportunities like this creates real value for the people of St. Martin. The Soul Beach Music Festival is not a new or unknown concept. It is a brand with more than 30 years of history, and one that actually started right here in St. Martin in 1995, before expanding to destinations such as the United States and Aruba. Over the years, it has built a loyal following, particularly within the U.S. market, attracting thousands of visitors who travel specifically to attend this event. When the opportunity arose for St. Martin to host the festival again, it came with relative short notice and therefore had not been anticipated within the 2024 budget cycle. And as a result, the approach taken to assemble the necessary funding was admittedly somewhat unconventional. And it is important to acknowledge that openly. Government must always be willing to reflect on how process can be improved. At the same time, we must also be careful not to lose sight of the broader objectives, ensuring that opportunities which create economic activities for our people are not missed simply because they arise outside of our normal planning cycle. However, unconventional does not mean improper. The decision was taken within the legal framework available, and it is reflected in a deliberate effort to capture an opportunity that had the potential to generate economic activity for our island during the slow period. As the saying goes, opportunity does not always arrive when we plan for it. Leadership is recognizing it and finding responsible ways to act. And that is the spirit in which this decision was made, Mr. Chairman. What we saw was an opportunity to bring visitors to the island during a period when tourism activity typically slows down. That means hotel rooms being filled, that meant that were otherwise remain empty, restaurants receiving additional guests, taxis and car rentals getting businesses, and vendors and service providers earning income. In other words, it meant opportunity for our people to work and earn. Today's presentation is therefore not about politics or speculation. It is about facts, about the economic impact for St. Martin, and about how we will continue to strengthening our policies so that the future opportunities like this are managed even more effectively. Because at the end of the day, the real question is not whether we should pursue opportunities that benefit our economy. The real question is whether we have the courage to recognize opportunity when it appears and to take the responsible decision that keeps St. Martin moving forward. Something is wrong with the, it's not. It's having a little technical difficulty here, Mr. Chairman. The information. Okay, yeah, no. The information, it's the next slide, yeah. Back, need to go back. I'm going back. Okay. That's weird. Okay, here we have, Mr. Chairman, the topics of discussion for this meeting: the opening remarks, the Soul Beach 2025 and large-scale events, the SAIL report review, and what it means for St. Martin, and closing remarks. As many of you are aware, for most Caribbean destinations, including St. Martin, the period between May and August traditionally represents a slower period for visitor arrivals. Hotels experience lower occupancy, flights operate with fewer passengers, and many businesses that depend on tourism begin to feel the slowdown. If we want to sustain a tourism-driven economy year-round, we cannot rely on traditional high season. We must actively create demand during the shoulder and the slower months. And one of the most effective ways destinations do this globally is through major destination events. Events like Soul Beach bring visitors who travel specifically for the experience. They come for the music, the culture, the food, the energy of the island, and the unique atmosphere that St. Martin offers. And as this image on this slide illustrates, these events do not benefit only the organizers and the hotels, they create opportunities across the entire economy. Events like these help diversify our tourism product, attract new visitor segment, and create meaningful economic activity for our people during the months when businesses would otherwise be slower. As many of you are also aware, for many Caribbean destinations, including St. Martin, the period between May and August traditionally experience, again, the slow season, the slow arrivals. So if we want to sustain a tourism-driven economy year-round, we must create strategic demand drivers during these months. One of the most effective ways to achieve this is through major destination events that attract thousands of visitors who would not normally travel during that period. Across the Caribbean, this model is proven to work. St. Lucia, for example, launched the St. Lucia Jazz and Arts Festival specifically to extend their tourism activity into May, which had historically been a quieter period. Barbados hosts crop over during the summer months, attracting large numbers of visitors between July and August. Jamaica promotes events such as Reggae Sum Fest in July, and while Antigua Carnival also draws thousands of visitors during the traditional shoulder season. In other words, Mr. Chairman, many Caribbean destinations do not simply wait for visitors to arrive during the slow months. They create reasons for the visitors to travel during that time. These examples demonstrate that well-positioned cultural and entertainment events can easily stimulate visitors' demand when tourism would otherwise slow down. When properly executed, large-scale cultural and entertainment events can bring several thousands additional visitors to the island during otherwise slower months, creating a strong economic ripple effect across the tourism sector and the broader economy. In short, the objectives is not simply entertainment, it is about an economic strategy. That is the principle behind pursuing events like Soul Beach. I would like to provide the members of Parliament and the people of St. Martin with a clear timeline of how Soul Beach Festival came into play. I believe this overview will help place the process into proper context and illustrate the relatively short time frame in which we had to act in order to capture the opportunity. In July 2024 was the initial outreach. So after learning that Soul Beach Music Festival would no longer be held in Aruba, I personally reached out to the festival's founder, Mr. Mark Atkins, to explore the possibility of bringing the event back to St. Martin. During that conversation, the first question I asked was why had Aruba decided not to continue hosting the event? Mr. Atkins explained, and according to them, and I paraphrase, their hotel occupancy during the period was already strong, particularly over Memorial Day weekend, and they felt no longer the need for the festival to drive additional visitors. I remember thinking to myself, Mr. Chairman, that while that may be a good problem for them to have, for us it presents a potential opportunity. So Mr. Atkins also indicated that he was already in discussions with several other destinations, as multiple countries had expressed interest in hosting the festival. Recognizing the potential economic tourism value, such as an event that could bring to St. Martin, I encouraged him to consider our destination and invited him to visit the island to determine whether it would be suitable to fit, a suitable fit. By October 2024, the site visit to St. Martin. Following those initial discussions, Mr. Atkins agreed to visit St. Martin in October 2024. During that visit, we showcased the island's potential venues, our broader tourism infrastructure to demonstrate that St. Martin had the capacity to host an event of this scale. And at the time, there was also interest from the northern counterparts as a possible of hosting certain events across both sides of the island was also briefly explored. The visit allowed the organizer to experience the destination firsthand and evaluate its suitability. And this visit proved to be an important step in building confidence with the organizers and demonstrating that St. Martin was capable of successfully hosting an international event of this magnitude. November 2024, official proposal. So following that site visit, the organizers submitted an official proposal to the government of St. Martin outlining the structure of the event, its marketing reach, and the expected visitors' impact. By that time, it had become clear that our northern counterparts would not be in position to provide financial support for the 2025 additional festival. However, discussions indicated that they would explore the possibility of contributing to a future arrangement, potentially through the deposit mechanism aimed to securing the festival's return to the island for 2026. December 2024, government approval and public announcement. With the approval of the Council of Ministers and the support of the Minister of Finance, the government agreed to provide financial support in the amount of $500,000 US, approximately 900,000 guilders, to facilitate hosting the festival in St. Martin. This decision reflected the Council of Ministers' recognition of the potential economic value and the tourism impact that a large-scale international event such as Soul Beach Music Festival could bring to the destination. Following COM's approval, I was authorized to proceed with the signing and the necessary agreements with the organizers, and once the formal arrangements were completed, Government of St. Martin and the festival organizers publicly announced that St. Martin would host the 2025 Soul Beach Music Festival. Fast forward to May 2025, the event was hosted. The Soul Beach event was successfully hosted in May, bringing international visitors to the island and generating economic activity across hotels, restaurants, transportation services, entertainment venues, and local businesses. Right after the event, given the level, the SAD review was requested, and given the level of discussion surrounding this investment, I personally requested that the Social Economic Council conduct an independent economic impact assessment. This was done deliberately to ensure transparency and to provide objective data so that the conversation could be guided by facts rather than speculations. The February 2026 SAD report was received on Friday, the 27th, 2026, and the SAD submitted its final report outlining the methodology used, the estimated economic impact, and the recommendations for government engagement with a large-scale tourism event moving forward. What was the actual impact for St. Martin? For that reason, I requested that the Social Economic Council, or this, in what we call it in acronym SAD, I don't know why we keep saying SAD and not SEC, but anyway, that's another discussion for another time, that it would conduct this economic impact to evaluate the festival's results and provide objective data. Because as I mentioned earlier, the process has been debated. Now let's examine the results, because what ultimately matters is whether the people of St. Martin benefited. Let us speak plainly about what Soul Beach brought to St. Martin, based on the findings of the Social Economic Council's report. Not in theory, not in projections, not in promises, but in real numbers and real experiences. According to the SAD assessment, hotels across the island reported an occupancy increase ranging from 10% and 35% during the event period. What does that mean in practical terms? It means rooms that might otherwise have remained empty at the end of May were filled. It means front desk staff, housekeepers, maintenance workers, waiters, waitresses, hospitality employees had steady work during a period that is traditionally slower for tourism. And it means that visitors' spending began circulating through our economy, benefiting not only hotels, but also restaurants, taxis, car rentals, entertainment venues, and a small business across the island. For our car rental companies, demand increased by 27% and 50% according to the findings of the SAD report. That represents higher revenues for local businesses, more staff hours for employees, and increased income circulating within our economy. In practical terms, it means greater stability for the local business owners and the workers who depend on the tourism sector for their livelihood. For taxi drivers, trip volumes increased by approximately 25% during that event. Many of us know taxi drivers personally, and we understand that when business is slow, it affects every reality: groceries, school fees, rent, household expenses. For that week, many taxis felt the difference. It meant more trips, more fares, and more income supporting their family. Expedia data shows a 24% increase in room night compared to the previous year. This represents independent confirmation from the international booking platform of what many people on the ground already experience: more visitors, more hotel stays, more spending circulation throughout our economy. The estimated tourism income generated during the event reached over $4 million under the SAD's conservative 3-day scenario. However, the festival's activities and visitor spending did not occur over 3 days. When the same SAD methodology is applied across the full 5 days of events and related activities, the estimated tourism income rise to over $7 million. In other words, even using the SAD's own conservative assumptions, extending the calculation to reflect the full duration of the festival shows that the event generated millions of dollars in the economy, activity across St. Martin's tourism sector. What did Soul Beach Music Festival bring to St. Martin for the 500,000 contribution, a 900,000 guilder contribution. This contribution was provided under the framework of an incidental subsidy, a mechanism specifically intended for one-time initiatives or events that generate economic or social benefit for the country. Under the National Subsidy Ordinance, government is permitted to use this mechanism to support initiatives that serve public interests. The decision to proceed with this structure was taken collectively by the Council of Ministers, recognizing the broader economic and tourism benefit expected from hosting the event. When we look at the data and when we listen to the experiences of the people, the answer is actually quite simple. It brought work for the hotel staff, taxi drivers, servers, entertainment, many other who from the backbone of our tourism economy, who is part of the backbone.
Minister,
Yes?
1 minute as I see MP Irion would like the floor. What would you like? A proposal of order? What exactly is the proposal, MP?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to propose that the Parliament receives the report, SBM 25 Marketing and Economic Impact Report, supplemented by an independent stakeholder interviews, because this said report is based on another report seemingly, and we don't have that report. So I would like to have the meeting, or where's the data backing up the report, so we can have all the information in this meeting.
Thank you, MP. I would allow the minister to explain, and then based on that, then we can see how we can go forward.
I thought it was on, you turned me off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The methodology used from the SAD, the SAD contacted the individual hotels and everyone in the industries directly. And they also, of course, because remember but I'll present the information. I think the information came directly from an overview from the promoter himself. So I think that's what the MP is referring to. So I can present that information further down when I think we could look it up somewhere and present it. That's not a problem. But I just want to make it clear that yes, I had to submit that information as well to the SAD, but the SAD had its own formulation process, how they validated all the information. Just to be clear. So lastly, and just as importantly, it brought life and energy to the period of the year that is traditionally quieter for our island. So in other words, it is exactly what strategic tourism events are designed to do: stimulate economic activity, support local livelihoods, and strengthen the resilience of our tourism. Before I go into the details, I want to give everyone here in Parliament and those watching online and TV a clear snapshot of what Soul Beach Music Festival brought to St. Martin. This slide captures the impact in 4 key areas. Together, they tell the story of the festival at a glance. First, direct local spending. The promoters spent approximately $500,000 directly with the local vendors, contractors, and service providers. This included security, sanitation, catering services, transportation, production services, and local talent. In other words, before a single visitor even arrived, money was already circulating within our economy. Second, the tourism income generated. The estimated tourism income reached approximately $7.2 million when the full 5 days of activities are considered. Even under the most conservative 3-day scenario, the report still shows that it was at $4.3 million. We also saw a 64% increase in hotel room tax compared to the previous year, reflecting the increased visitor activity. The third one is the marketing and visibility value. And through social media, influencers, international exposure, the festival generated over 24 million digital impressions, when a equivalent advertising value estimated between $800K and to $1.5 million. That is a global visibility for St. Martin that would otherwise require a significant marketing budget to achieve. And finally, the season impact. The festival took place during May, which is typically part of a shoulder season when the visitors' arrivals begin to decline. So instead of slowing down, The event helped extend the high season, bringing additional visitors, activities, and spending into our economy. And ultimately, that translates into more work, more hours, more stability for the people who depends on the tourism for their livelihood. So this is the overview. Now let me take you into a little deeper into what the impact meant for our local businesses and St. Martin as a whole. Mr. Chairman, let me begin with the money that stayed right here in our economy. Because whenever we talk about tourism events, the first question people ask is simple.
Sorry, one moment, Minister, as we do not have quorum at the moment.
Okay.
I'll see if any MP is heading towards. Yes, I see an MP is heading towards. Thank you, MP. We have regained quorum. Minister, please continue.
Because whenever we talk about tourism events, the first question people ask is simple. Who benefited? This slide provides that answer. The promoters of Soul Beach Music Festival spent over $500,000 directly with the local vendors and service providers. That is real money that went straight into the hands of the people and the workers here in St. Martin. As you can see on the slide, that spending touched many different sectors of our local economy. It went to local talent and advertising professionals helping to promote the event. It went to staff, logistics teams, and transportation providers who help move people and equipment across the island. It went to security services, sanitation teams, and professional services providers, ensuring the event operated safely and smoothly. It went to caterers, decor specialists, and production teams responsible for the experience visitors came to enjoy. And it went to venue rentals and insurance services that support large-scale events like this. In other words, the spending was not concentrated in one place. It circulated across the multiple sectors of our local economy. And these are often the very business that feel the slowdown first when tourism begins to dip. These are the companies that depend on steady work to pay salaries, cover operating costs, and support families behind those businesses. And that is why events like Soul Beach matter. Not simply because of the entertainment, but because of the contracts awarded, the invoices paid, the staffed call-in, the overtime work hours created, and the opportunities generated for local entrepreneurs and workers. Direct local spending is one of the clearest indicators of whether an event truly benefits the community. And in this case, the answer is clear. Soul Beach put money directly into the hands of the people, of our people. When we talk about marketing visibility, I want to bring this home in a way that everyone can relate to, because many of you have already seen it with your own eyes. Over the past months, St. Martin has been trending across social media platforms. You have seen the TikToks, you have seen the Instagram Reels, you have seen the influencers, content creators, and even the celebrities posting from our beaches, our nightlives, our hotels, and most importantly, our local businesses. You have seen our restaurants and transportation provider, event planners, and rental companies, tour operators, and vendors being showcased to the audience around the world. This did not happen by accident. It is part of a deliberate strategy we have been pursuing to strengthen St. Martin's presence in the U.S. market through digital influencers and organic content. What the Soul Beach Music Festival did was amplify that strategy in a major way. The festival generated more than 24 million digital impressions. That means 24 million times St. Martin appeared on someone's phone, in someone's feed, in someone's timeline. And importantly, these were not traditional paid advertisement. These were real people sharing real experience. And in today's tourism market, that kind of authenticity carries enormous value. If you open TikTok today and search St. Martin or even SXM, you will see an influx of influencers and travelers sharing their experience on the island over the past year. You will see our beaches, our culture, our nightlife, our hospitality being showcased to millions of potential travelers. This is how people choose destinations today. This is how modern tourism marketing works. And Through events like Soul Beach, St. Martin is once again part of that global conversation. The estimated equivalent advertising value of that exposure ranges from 800 to 1.5 million visibility that would have required a significant marketing budget to achieve through traditional advertising. So Soul Beach did not just bring visitors for one weekend. It expanded St. Martin's visibility in the U.S. market and strengthened our brand as a vibrant, cultural, rich destination and placed us in front of audience we were able to we have been strategically working to reach. And the impact of this visibility continues long after the festival has ended. During the Soul Beach promotional campaign, St. Martin was featured on major urban and R&B radio stations across the U.S. cities, including New York, Atlanta, Miami, Chicago, Dallas, Charlotte, and Washington, D.C. These are not small markets. They are the very cities that fill our airplanes, our hotels, our restaurants, and our beaches. Millions of listeners heard the word Soul Beach Music Festival in St. Martin. Many participated in radio promotions and sweepstakes, offering trips to our island, introducing St. Martin to new audiences while reminding past visitors why they love this destination. For some listeners, it was the first time hearing about St. Martin. For others, it was a reminder that it is time to come back. That exposure planted seeds that continued to grow beyond the event itself, and it sparked curiosity. It encouraged people to search for St. Martin online. It caught the attention of content creators and influencers. And that is why today, when you open TikTok or Instagram, you see St. Martin appearing in travel content. You see influencers posting from Mullet Bay, Great Bay, and our restaurants or our nightlife and our beaches. You see the travel pages recommending St. Martin as a most visited destination. And part of the momentum began with the visibility generated through Soul Beach, including the radio promotion that reached millions of potential travelers. Mr. Chairman, before I move into the final part of this presentation, I would like to pause for a moment because there's something important that deserves our full attention. I want to speak honestly about something that affects every single person on this island, our reputation. We live in a world where information travels instantly. Promoters, airlines, investors, travel partners closely follow what is said about destination, especially small island like ours. They read our headlines. They listen to how we speak about each other and how we speak about the partners we choose to work with. And I want the people of St. Martin to understand something very clearly. When political disagreements spill into the public in a way that targets private partners, it does not hurt the minister, not this minister. It doesn't hurt government. It hurts the country. It creates uncertainty. It makes investors hesitant. It makes promoters consider other destinations. It makes airline question whether to expand routes. It makes event organizers wonder whether St. Martin is worth the risk. And we must remember something important. We are competing every single day with other destinations that are hungry, organized, and aggressive in attracting events, investments, and business. So if we were able to, if we appear unstable or unpredictable, opportunities will simply go elsewhere. And when those opportunities go elsewhere, it is our people who feels it first. The taxi driver, the hotel worker, the restaurant employee, the young person looking for an opportunity. Let me be clear, Mr. Chairman. This is not about silencing criticism. It's not about avoiding accountability. Debate is part of a democracy. Disagreements is part of democracy. Holding each other accountable is part of democracy. But we must do so responsibly, with the understanding that our words carry weight and that the world is listening. Protecting St. Martin's image is not just a political responsibility. It is a national responsibility. Because when our reputation is strong, opportunities come. And when our opportunities come, our people benefit. And that is precisely why facts matters. So let's look at what the independent review conducted by Social Economic Council actually found. The SAD confirmed what many of our people already experience on the ground. Hotels were fuller. Car rental companies were busier. Taxi drivers made more trips, and local vendors received real business. These findings were validated independently, not by government, but through stakeholder interviews and third-party data sources such as Expedia booking information. The SAD also verified more than $500,000 in direct spending with local vendors and service providers, money that stayed right here in our community. At the same time, the SAD identified data gaps. We do not view this as criticism. Rather, we see it as constructive guidance, and we welcome it. The report made several recommendations, including...
Sorry, Minister. As you see, we have MP Lewis for interruption. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very, very happy with the last few statements that the minister recently stated, that based on the theatrics and the disruption of Parliament with foolish type of presentations depicting certain things against certain individuals and certain statements, it's a person who pretends to have virtuous moral beliefs or principles that they are not actual, that they do not actually possess, often acting in contradiction to their stated beliefs. Mr. Chairman, that's called hypocrisy, because the same minister that is stating this has done to the contrary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you,
You may
Mr.
continue.
Chairman. The report made several recommendations: standardized data collection, stronger documentation practices, clearer budgetary procedures, adequate lead for decision-making, and improved transparency in reporting. I want the public to know that, hey, I'll wait.
Thank you, Minister. I see MP Irion would like the opportunity for interruption. MP Irion, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the minister keeps referencing independent report that the SAD used, but again, just for public clarity, who did the independent report? So we have the marketing report, we just got it just now. Who did this independent report? It was independent. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Irion. Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, if respectfully, if the members of Parliament would allow me to at least finish my presentation and ask those questions in round one, then we can get to the answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want the public to know that we are already taking steps to strengthening how incidental subsidies are managed and monitored going forward. The SAD review was independent, objective, and thorough. It confirmed the positive economic activity generated by the event, identified areas where our systems can improve, and provided recommendations that strengthened governance. And importantly, we are acting on those recommendations. As we move forward, it is important we continue strengthening our internal processes, not because anything was done improperly, but because good governance requires continuous improvement. One of the clearest lessons from this process is the need for a formal written incidental subsidy policy. We have seen, even within the very chamber, repeated claims that companies such as BVs and NVs cannot receive subsidies. Yet, historically, members of Parliament, including some who makes claims, has approved subsidies for such entities on multiple occasions. The law allows for exemptions under certain circumstances. The fact that this continues to be misunderstood only reinforces the need for a clear, detailed policy that removes ambiguity and ensures consistency. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, we will make economic impact assessments a standard requirement for major events. Events such as Heineken Regatta has long demonstrated the value of conducting these assessments. They prove that data guides sound decision-making and help us understand the true return to the economy. Our intention is to make this structured and consistent part of this evaluation process for major events going forward. Third, we will enhance transparency by publishing summary reports of major subsidized events. The public deserves to understand the economic impact of the initiatives we invest in, and we are committed to making that information accessible. And finally, Mr. Chairman, we will continue advancing the national events strategy outlined in the governing program. This strategy will help us strengthen our annual events calendar with high value events, reduce the effects of seasonality, expand public-private partnership, and ensure that economic opportunities are distributed more evenly throughout the year. It is a forward-looking approach designed to support sustainable economic development. Ultimately, these improvements are about strengthening our systems, protecting public funds, and ensuring that St. Martin remains competitive and attractive to major events and investments. Because that is how we build a stronger and more resilient economy, and that is how we move St. Martin forward by design. Mr. Chairman, let me close with this. This presentation was not about defending a moment. It was not about defending a standard on how we move forward. The Soul Beach Music Festival generated significant economic activity for our island, activity that our people felt directly. That is not a political spin. It is not speculation. It is what the independent assessment of the Social Economic Council confirmed. But the SAD also did something equally important, Mr. Chairman. It showed us where our processes can be strengthened, and the responsible leadership does not shy away from that. Responsible leadership acknowledges it, learns from it, and improves the system. So yes, there are lessons here, and we are taking those lessons seriously, because good governance is not about claiming perfection. It is about having the maturity to adjust where necessary and ensuring that future decisions are made with even greater clarity, discipline, and transparency. But let us also not lose sight of the broader reality. This decision brought visitors to our island during the slower period. It filled the hotel rooms. It created work for taxi drivers, restaurants, vendors, and small businesses, and I'm repeating it over and over again so it could sink in. It generated measurable economic activities for the people of St. Martin. That is the reality that matters. So while the process may have sparked debate, the outcome delivered value. If we are serious about strengthening our economies, then our focus must always remain on creating opportunities that benefit our people. And as we continue moving forward by design, Mr. Chairman, we will incorporate the recommendations made by the SAD and build an even stronger framework, one that protects public funds, strengthens transparency, and ensures that opportunities like this manage even more effectively in the future. Because ultimately, Mr. Chairman, this is not about a festival. It is about how we position St. Martin for the opportunity, investment, and sustainable economic growth. And that responsibility belongs to all of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to the questions in round one.
Thank you, Minister. I would just like to remind the members of Parliament that the allotted speaking time is 20 minutes in the first round and 10 minutes in the second round. Also note that we will maintain the same format as agenda point 1. So I see MP Janssen-Webster would like the floor. MP Janssen-Webster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I know that I stepped out for most of this part of the meeting, but I did follow online. So if I missed something, I apologize for then asking, but it's just to clarify. I first want to thank the Minister for bringing the information forward. I thank you, Minister, for showing data, and hopefully this can put some of the constant remarks of the opposition to rest, especially the same opposition that constantly talks about revenue generating measures. And as you have shown here, Minister, we can see where an action that was taken has generated revenues on the island. We heard a lot about putting money in other people, in our people's pocket directly. But through you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the Minister if there was an increase, if there was a clear increase in the government revenues collected in this period or the period following Soul Beach as well. So not just, so did it translate also into government revenues from tourism taxes and also turnover tax, etc. in the period after that? Maybe the minister already indicated that, but I could have missed that as I had to attend my colleague's mother's funeral. Also, again, Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that you mentioned the possible negative consequences that could come from hearing one's name mentioned negatively consistently by a destination, and then where the investor or the promoter could think twice about coming. And my question then, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the minister is, do you have any kind of signals from the Soul Beach promoters if they would be willing to consider St. Martin in the future? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Jansen-Webster. Before I give the floor to MP York, I just want to make note that we did receive the report that was requested. However, certain slides seems to be non-legible, so you're not able to really read some of the graphs. If it's possible, if you have another version that we maybe can get, if you can please send it to Parliament. Thank you so much. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, good afternoon to yourself, colleagues, Minister, support staff, and the viewing public. Minister, well, via you, Mr. Chairman, MP Irion is my witness. I'm severely under the weather today, and I was going to sit this agenda point out because, frankly, I'm sick and tired of talking about Soul Beach. But seeing that this was an agenda point from a meeting requested from 2025, I said I was going to sit it out until I received and went through the SARE report, and that gave me some energy. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to try to keep it as brief as possible, but the report brought more questions than answers for my person. First of all, Mr. Chairman, the report explicitly states that the headline figure of 7.2, 7.3 is an upper bound estimate. $7.2, $7.3 million tourism income. And that this derives from the number of 2,556 visitors. I would like to know, Mr. Chairman, how did the SARE deduce from that number that 2,556 visitors stayed for all 5 days? And given the SARE's own sensitivity analysis with the lower bound number of 4.3 million, why should the public and Parliament accept the higher bound number as a measure of success rather than an unverified projection? Going in more on that number of 2,556 international tourists that came from a calculation for international tourists, and that it derives from the SBMF 25 Marketing and Economic Impact Report, which was prepared by the festival owner himself or themselves. Now, Mr. Chairman, when I initially saw this, I said to myself, I think there's an MP in this room that upon seeing this in the report, if there's one MP in this room upon seeing this in the report, it would have been the previous speaker. And that would have brought alarm bells, because the one thing that I learned about statistics in school is that the power of validity and verification is paramount. And in this case, we have numbers from the event themselves. So basically, Mr. Chairman, if the event said 4,000, we would have taken 4,000, times it by maybe $390 that they say was estimated value per day. Where did that number come from? That also came from the festival themselves. Where did St. Martin get any of these numbers from independently? Independently. So with that being said, how can we validate the attendance figure, and why was there no independent audit done of third-party verification on the numbers of visitors, given that this came from the foundation themselves? And Mr. Chairman, I'll go even further. In the slide presentation, it was said that the hotel occupancy rose 10 to 35% during that period. Mr. Chairman, here online, there's an article from the SHTA themselves comparing the May 2025 occupancy numbers to the May of 2024 numbers. And in the presentation, they speak of 10 to 35%, but here, the SHTA, unless we want to say they have fake numbers, but that is of St. Martin, states 2.5%. 2.5% increase. And if you take a high number of hotel rooms on the island, it's about 4,500. 2.5% of that is 112, 113 rooms. Increase. I mean, unless we say in the HSTA, it don't make no sense, and okay, but that's for whichever MP believes that to say it themselves. So, again, the presentation and what is stated as, okay, I get an interruption, no final problem.
One moment, MP York, as I see MP Veronica Jansen-Webster would like the opportunity for interruption. MP Jansen-Webster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the statistic knowledge that I have, you can justify anything with statistics. When you're quoting numbers on occupancy rate, but you don't take Airbnb and VRBO, etc., into account, and you see the increased numbers of VRBO and Airbnb on St. Martin. And when you look on the TikToks, I think most of the TikToks that we see, especially from the target group that came with the Soul Beach, most of them are actually staying in villas and houses, etc., on the island. So it would be a kind of, misrepresentation to indicate the numbers strictly based on occupancy rate in the way that the MP is currently doing. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Jansen-Webster. MP York, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, 1 minute we're speaking about statistics, but plain English, the slideshow and the presentation from the minister said hotel occupancy. So they didn't say anything about Airbnbs and all these other fancy words. They said hotel occupancy. So I'm going off of what the minister said and what the report said. Because the SARE report doesn't speak about Airbnb. They speak on hotel occupancy. So Airbnb and hotel are not synonymous of one another.
One moment, MP York, as I see MP La Vega would like the floor for interruption. MP La Vega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm losing track of what this agenda point was actually for. I thought it was about the transparency of the spending. Now we're going to statistics dealing with how much people came, how much people didn't come, how much they spent, how much they didn't spend. At the end of the day, did people come? Was it a successful event? And did it stimulate the economy? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP La Vega. MP York, you may continue.
Moving on, Mr. Chairman. I find it quite ironic that that interruption came at this opportune time, because when the minister, I'm sure the MP wouldn't mind if I finish what I'm saying. When the minister stated in the minister's presentation all these numbers about hotel occupancy and arrivals and all these things, the MP didn't have a problem with it then. So now that we're critiquing it, I find the interruption nonsensical, to be honest.
Thank you, MP York. I see MP Irion would like the floor for interruption. MP Irion, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mentioned the other day that MPs speak about coming on time, but I also mentioned MPs just don't pay attention. The agenda point of today is literally the role of large-scale events such as Soul Beach Festival in boosting tourism and boosting the growth, which encompasses everything that was just mentioned. And in addition to that, it was based on the presentation that the minister sent. And regarding the comments by MP Veronica Jansen-Webster regarding the data, and also being a former head of stat, the data provided by the government is data based on Soul Beach themselves. So the analysis that SED is using is based on Soul Beach themselves. So, and then I don't know the data the MP is referring to, because in the report that we have, you can't even read, as you mentioned already, you can't even read the data. So what data is the MP referring to?
Thank you, MP Irion. MP York, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My next point, the report from the SER highlights revenue but points out critical data gaps, the absence of any accounting for public sector costs related to security, traffic management, sanitation, administrative reports, etc. Without this data, Mr. Chairman, how can the minister claim the festival was a net positive for the public purse rather than an event where the government bore significant hidden costs while entities took the profit? Next question. The SER report is highly critical of the government's financial management, noting irregular financial practices, a lack of adherence to the subsidy ordinance. That name sounds familiar. The subsidy ordinance, lack of adherence to the subsidy ordinance, and that the event was implemented without necessary legal and financial preparations. Mr. Chair, I can remember about a year ago where my colleague MP Irion stood here and spoke about the subsidy ordinance, and he was told that everything was kosher. We were told that everything was kosher. Now, in the SER report, it speaks on necessary legal and financial preparations were not made and irregular financial practices. What does that mean? Those are not my words, Mr. Chair. Irregular financial practices by a High Council, report by the High Council. The SER criticizes the report for having no public safety or traffic data and no resident impact or community satisfaction indicators. Not my words, these are the words from the report. Concluding that the social impact is largely implied from marketing reach, not from community outcomes. And those are the things that we spoke on here a year ago: community reach, community outcomes, community impact. And we were told 30 million coming into the economy for Soul Beach. And even to the lower bound numbers, even the high bound numbers, we grossly did not meet those numbers, if you want to believe these numbers. So can the minister provide any evidence of how the festival affected the daily lives, safety, and well-being of the residents of St. Martin? Or is the definition of social impact limited to online hashtags, impressions, and influencer data? I'm hearing from one of the MPs here that that's nonsense and that's stupid questions, but if he feels the impact of the community, that this shouldn't have had an impact on the community, that says a lot about the goal of this whole thing. At the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, we are critiquing numbers from the promoter himself or from the promoters themselves. So what goes for goose goes for gander. I can remember last year around that time, there was another festival that sent the government their report. And the government asked for verifiable data. We're talking about impressions, where 24 million impressions. My question is as well, Mr. Chairman, those 24 million impressions, is that over the year of 2025 or the specific week in the weeks following the event? Because if we're going to say that the numbers that encompasses 2025 were because of a sole event, which means what happens to the numbers? What happened to the numbers from January to May? That was also because of the event. The numbers from December was also because of the event. Because here we have another a report from another event, a festival, stating that they had 7 million impressions for 3 days. Here they state they had over 1,000 people that came to the island for the event. Verifiable data, because this came from the airline themselves that booked via a special discount code for the event. So that's 1,000 people that came to the island for a 3-day event, and they were asking for an investment of 100, just under 100,000, and they were denied. And that's a local-ish promoter. I said ish because 1 minute we're saying we is one with the friend side, and the next minute we're not one with the friend side. So I said local-ish. So, Mr. Chairman, what I've been saying from the beginning is well documented, and I'm not changing my arguments now for convenience. One, we spoke on process. The process was told to be kosher. The process was told to be just fine, and we making something out of nothing. In the report says, I don't want to use the wrong words. I don't want to use the wrong words. Irregular financial practices. We said that we shouldn't do the event because we don't have enough time to prepare properly. And here they speak on necessary legal and financial preparations were not met. So what are we speaking on exactly here, Mr. Chairman? The success of TikTok. Because the one thing I could say, the minister through you, Mr. Chairman, said money was put directly in the hands of our people. Mr. Chair, we still have people can't pay the GB bills. Mr. Chair, we still have people that don't have a roof over their head. Turning Point still doesn't have money that they need. Mr. Chairman, how did this event put money in the hands of our people? When we say our people, we need to be specific what we mean with our people. The rich hotels, that's our people? Well, but then, of course, we're going to say we have our people working in the hotels. Fine. So that 2.5% increase, that is what put food on the table, those 100 hotel rooms? That's what we invested 500 plus thousand for? I guess notoriety on TikTok supersedes the betterment of a community. Because at the end of the day, the minister herself said, through you, Mr. Chairman, on TikTok you can find beaches, nightlife, St. Martin, etc. But what I can also find on TikTok is excessive promotion of Soul Beach, Curacao. I can also find that on TikTok. I can't find, however, and I couldn't find back then, real impressions of Soul Beach, St. Martin. Because beaches and nightlife we had before Soul Beach and we have after Soul Beach and we will have moving forward too. So moving forward, all of the impressions about beaches and nightlife in St. Martin is because of Soul Beach. I'm not a statistician, but yeah. So once again, can the minister verify if the 24 million impressions and engagements and was that only from May, or was that from the entire 2025? And if moving forward, the sole source and the main source of information, because I think other promoters would like to know, if they come to the minister or to the government with their own reports, if the government will extrapolate their numbers as well. And when the government is deciding whether to promote or invest or donate or subsidize their events, if their report will be taken as seriously as the Soul Beach report that was given to the government, and seemingly High Council said and everybody going through it and taking it as relevant data. I would like to know, and the promoters would like to know, if their reports will be equally taken seriously. And with that, Mr. Chairman, just going over my notes to make sure I touched on all the things I wrote. That would be it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP York. Looking at the speakers list, I see MP Lewis would like the floor. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, while we're on this topic, I sent through the Presidium or the Chair Lady of Parliament a letter to the Honorable Minister of TIAT. It was ingeboekt on the 10th of February 2026. Till to date, regarding the Soul Beach matter, till to date, we haven't received any response on such letter. Probably the minister is still in the time frame, or did we? It was sent today. However, I will ask those few questions so that the people of St. Martin will get those answers, because I did not generate those questions. Through you, Mr. Chairman, can the minister indicate whether the organizer of the Soul Beach Music Festival has formally submitted the financial and activity reports required under Article 17 of the General Subsidy Ordinance? If so, on what exact date were these reports received by the ministry? If the reports have not yet been submitted, what actions has the ministry taken to ensure compliance with the statutory reporting requirements outlined in Article 17? Can the minister confirm whether the Soul Beach Music Festival was included or allocated funding within the approved 2024 national budget of St. Martin? If so, under which budget line item was allocation recorded? If the event was not included in the approved 2024 national budget, on what legal or financial basis were public funds committed or expended for the organization and execution of this event? Can the minister explain through you, Mr. Chairman, why Parliament was not presented with a formal budget amendment prior to the commitment or disbursement of funds for the Soul Beach Festival? In the event that the funds were spent without proper parliamentary authorization, what steps will the minister take to ensure that the public funds are recovered, replaced, or otherwise accounted for? Does the minister acknowledge that under St. Martin's financial government framework, ministers may be held accountable for authorizing expenditures without proper budgetary approval? When can Parliament expect all full submission of all documents, including agreements, financial reports, evaluations, and correspondence related to the Soul Beach Music Festival subsidy? I will conclude by saying, some may not want to hear about the Soul Beach saga anymore, but it is the duty to the people of this country where their money is going. And I personally don't care if it's a mere 500,000, 700,000 to the millions that we spent a year. But the topic is here today, and the people would like to know where their money went. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I see next on the speakers list is MP Roseburg. MP Roseburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Blessed afternoon to the Minister of State once again and the support staff, and to my honorable colleagues here present today, and to the public tribune as well, and of course to all the listeners listening online. First of all, I would like to say that I have seen answers from other MPs entering today, which were submitted in February, some of them. So I thank you for that, seeing that it's related to the same topic. So I have reviewed those answers, so I will not go into questions in regards to that. Other than that, through you, Mr. Chairman, I will explain my view based on what I received from the minister's presentation. And then as well, I will go into SAR's report, because one thing I do believe in, if we referring reports, it's not the way to go about it, that we refer sections of the report, because then it can give a view of incompleteness. So if we're referring a report, we should refer all pointers of the report, and not only highlight certain parts of the report, because of course the public does not have the complete view of a report, and that can give a different view to the general public that is listening. Other than that, I also would like to say, I myself have been critical about this topic, so I'm not gonna sit here and say, okay, I haven't been, because that is clear. But what I do respect, and that is something that shouldn't go unnoticed, is once you give a presentation and once you give accountability, that should be respected. When there is a process that's being done, when that process has some flaws in it, and you come to Parliament through you, Mr. Chair, and acknowledge that, hey, yes, this was done, and in the future it will be done better, or there were certain flaws, I respect that, because not often that happens. That being said, I will go to what I have to say, and then I will go to the report, seeing that I have 20 minutes. I'm not sure if I will be speaking the 20 minutes, but I will make use of my time that I have here today. So after reviewing what has been said today, Mr. Chair, also after reviewing SARE report, I have the following to say. And I believe when we look at what has been presented here today and what has been said overall, we should look at it from a holistic approach and from a balanced approach. First of all, it was said by the first speaker already, we often say we don't have data, or when we have data, where did the data come from? But often it's said, okay, we don't have data, and sometimes we even proceed without data because the data is difficult to be found, or we don't want to wait on entities to provide the data because the entities stay too long. SARE is one of those entities that sometimes takes a little longer. Seeing that now we have received a report from the SARE, and we have received data from the SARE, I must respect the fact that we received data, because that's often lacking. According to the data received from the SARE, and we'll go into the report, highlight the pointers that I would like to highlight, I cannot state here today that unless the information that is provided in the SARE report is incorrect, that the data only comes from Soul Beach, because that's not what I read, unless I cannot read. But what I read is that there's also local information, but I will read it just for assistance and not unnecessary boring the public with what is being said or what is incorrectly being brought forward. Okay, I go to what I have to say. Other than I'm seeing that the MP is walking, so I'm not sure if he's walking towards the lectern, but most probably he is. Oh, go, no. So therefore, firstly, the report clearly shows that the festival, unless the report is incorrect, brought economic activity to St. Martin. According to the information reviewed by the SARE, the tourism-related spending linked to the event was about 7.2 million. Even if we use a more conservative estimate of a shorter visitor stay, which other MP brought forward, the impact would still be around $4 million US. And again, I'm not a number person, but what I do know is that numbers don't lie. And based on this information, and I'm doing it based on the report, it is, I believe, evident that economic activity was generated on our island. That's based on the report, seen as a fact. The MP still would like to make use of his interruption. So.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. MP York would like the floor for interruption. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with the good MP's background being law, I would have expected that she would know better than to just say something if she can't back it up. In the report explicitly references the report from the Soul Beach organization. And correctly, it also references local stakeholders or whatever. Can the MP, because maybe the MP knows more information than we know, can the MP name who these stakeholders are, who these entities are that did the local audit, that did the local verification?
Thank you.
Thank you.
MP York. MP Roseberg, you may continue.
Thank you, Chairman. I will continue where I left off, and I will continue with what I have to say today. That being said, some people may look at an event and feel that the number of persons in attendance did not appear very large. But what we must understand as well is that economic impact is not only about how many people we see, but also how much of those visitors spend while they are here. It can be that a smaller group of visitors who stay in hotels, rent cars, dine in restaurants, and participate in activities can still generate revenue for the country. Same way as my colleague next to me mentioned the staying at Airbnbs, for example. But I will come to what I want to say and highlight what I want to say a little later in my speaking time. So basically, we cannot always measure economic impact simply by what we see with the naked eye. And based on what I read, the report also includes feedback from local businesses. Hotels reported higher occupancy during the festival. I leave the percentages in the middle, but higher occupancy. Car rental companies, which I believe we have on the island, also owned locally, also mentioned higher occupancy of increases in rentals. The taxi operations also said so, and I have experienced myself. In addition, third-party bookings also showed that hotel rooms nights increased as well.
One moment, MP. I see MP Irion would like the floor for a brief interruption. MP, just a reminder that this is your second interruption, so you have one left. Sorry, MP, this is your last interruption.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it was mentioned just now by my former colleague about the legal background of the MP, but the MP keeps on referencing the data, and the data is there, but the MP obviously isn't understanding the data that's in front of her. Because the MP is alluding to the fact that the hotels are saying that they saw an increase in tourism. Yes, only one entity confirmed that this is because of Soul Beach. So there's no data to prove that it is a correlation. Correlation is not causation. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Irion. MP Roseberg, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will continue indeed. So as I said, and what I so far have brought forward, I believe that based on the report that has been provided so far, and based on the information received so far, that this festival assisted in stimulating the tourism and economic activity on St. Martin, based on the report that I have received. The event also, and I believe we are seeing it right now, and when I went to IPCO, it was also brought forward in the numbers of people coming to St. Martin in comparison with the year before. There was even an article, for the ones that don't know, can go on the People's Tribune, for example, an article written in regards to the higher numbers, that it brought the international exposure for St. Martin through artists, influencers, social media. And even now, I believe we are feeling that exposure, and the numbers again, the data in regards to 2024 versus 2025 don't lie. At the same time, the SER also points out that procedures should be followed more structurally and carefully. The minister also acknowledged that through you, Mr. Chair. So the fact that accountability has been taken for the procedural shortcomings, which has been brought forward in the presentation, it is important that in leaderships, when you see that that is the case, the lessons are identified, they are recognized, and used for future improvement. And I also commend, because, as I said, I was vocal myself about it, that this independent report was requested and information was received from that independent report. And I'm asking myself here today, if that report wasn't here as yet, and seeing the questions that other MPs also asked, and the answers were received today, one of the main questions would have been, why don't we have a report from the SER? Now we have a report from the SER, it's still that the numbers don't match. So what do we want? Let's be real about it as well, because one hand, we don't have data, and we complain of not having data. Now we have data here. We can maybe disagree about the data that is there, but we have data. So it's a starting point and a step in the right direction. If you don't agree with what the data says, that's your right. But we cannot continue complaining, but then now that steps in the right direction are being made, we still complain. So that being said, seeing the recommendations that the SER is giving, I would advise, through you, Mr. Chair, for those recommendations to be followed, and also to make sure that it's pointing out, and I mentioned it already, the economic benefits and the lessons that we have seen, and that we now focus on how we will continue to improve for future events while continuing the support that initiatives bring to bring visitors to St. Martin and to stimulate the economy. and also benefit the people of St. Martin. And just seeing the fact, I will highlight to see that I have still a few minutes left, seeing the fact that in regards to the legal perspective of myself was mentioned, I will just go into what I highlighted out of the report, seeing that we are doing highlights of the report. Based on page 4 of the report, it's mentioning data, because it's being said that the data seems to have gotten from Soul Beach. Then afterwards it was mentioned, yes, there were stakeholders also interviewed. So just to read for public consumption, data obtained from targeted stakeholder interviews. Last time I checked stakeholders, local stakeholders, interviews locally done. Based on the list of local stakeholders, the SER conducted targeted interviews in February. Mr. Chair, I would like to be able to speak without interruption from other members. They had their time to speak. It's now my time. That being said, it mentions when you go over to the different sectors and you read indeed the key observations, higher occupancy during festival period, longer stays and increase. Festival period also includes Soul Beach period, and maybe if we need further information, and I'm asking that through you, Mr. Chair, maybe Sarah can go deeper into the report provided. That's possible, but we're not gonna, at least I am not going to disregard the information present here today and draw my own conclusions to it to fit what my perspective is. Holland House, higher occupancy, increased average length stay, strong demand linked to festival. It's not saying specifically Soul Beach, but it's not excluding Soul Beach either. So there were several festivals. So if you want to use the legal framework, it's very broad. And Soul Beach was a festival. Other than that, Oyster Bay Beach Resort, occupancy rate increased from 50 mid-range to mid-range 70, high occupancy. So we can go through it, and it's showing higher occupancy, and it always, it seems to depend now on the persons who read to decide what it comes to. Other than that, MPs, Mr. Chair, as I said, I'm speaking now, so if the MPs can please use their moment of speaking for when it's their time, but clearly I'm sparking certain pointers, else they would have stayed quiet, but that seemed not to be the case, so I appreciate it.
Noted, MP.
Thank you.
I see MP Utley would like the opportunity for interruption. MP Utley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, although I have not spoken, the MP is referring to, MPs, and it would be remiss of me to let the public think that I am a part of what the good MP Roseberg is now speaking of, because when you read the report, for me, I am not doubting that data was provided. The SER has a job to do with what was provided. But just like in the court of law, you may have a wife that cannot testify against a husband or be forced to testify because conflict of interest. What is happening now, don't give me salt and tell me it's sugar. Don't do it, okay? We speak of a report from the Soul Beach, and the MP, York, referenced the St. Martin Hospitality and Trade Association. So we're not saying that they were not increased, but when you have SHTA saying 2.5 and another entity saying 30, we as MP have a right to verify. That's what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Utley. MP Roseberg, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And seeing the last pointer of the Honorable MP speaking that we need to verify, I agree we need to verify, but being that we need to verify, we cannot say that one data is correct and the other data is not. So therefore, we need to make sure that proper due diligence takes place, and this is the first step. So I agree with the MP. And we have now different data, and the specialists in that regard, the data specialists, will then review in regards to where do we stand in regards to the several data that we have in our possession, and maybe also going into more detailed questions in regards to the different car rentals, the different hotels that specifying festivals that they maybe can provide a list in regards to those festivals. I will now conclude to the part of the conclusion of this said report. And based on what was brought forward, because the SER has given several pointers, and how I read it is that the SER is, for example, stating, considering these discussions and in the interest of transparency, the SER has elected to outline the national ordinance on subsidies regarding the manner in which subsidies are granted. So when you are saying as an entity that you're going to outline something, seeing that there is no clarity in that regard, they're taking steps to make it more clearer and to be more transparent in that section. So they're mentioning that they will do so. And also, when I conclude to the finalization of my pointers, the SER is also saying it is worth mentioning that Soul Beach was project-based and therefore falls under the applicable requirements in the national ordinance. For the non-legal minds, it is worth mentioning that the Soul Beach Festival was project-based and therefore falls under the applicable requirements in the national ordinance. So basically, it's stating that it falls under the national ordinance of subsidy, in case that was not clear, based on the report. The SER emphasizes that it does not access the legality or appropriateness of individual subsidy decisions, nor does it engage in political considerations surrounding such decisions. I now conclude, Mr. Chair, just to summarize in case certain parts was missed. Based on the, let me see here, what was brought forward and based on the conclusion, which I would like to make clear, that yes, clearly it's needed, MP. So again, and I have my 20 minutes. The SER is of the opinion, based on review of the received data, that the Soul Beach 2025 delivered substantial economic and promotional value to St. Martin. I repeat myself. The SER is of the opinion, based on review of the received data. So how I read received data, it's broad, because received data is not mentioned specifically from Soul Beach, else it would have written received Soul Beach data. So maybe that can be clarified, if that is needed, that the Soul Beach 2025 delivered substantial economic and promotional value to St. Martin. So, Mr. Chair, if we're now going to state here today that what the SER has brought forward and the data that was used by the SER is incorrect data, then I would like to know that. But the ministry, to you, Mr. Chair, has provided a presentation, has provided data, received a specialized report specific from an independent organization, being the SER, providing that data. So it's time for us now to decide what we want. Do we want data or don't we want data? Let's make up our mind. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. Looking at the speakers list, I don't see any other MPs needing the need at this moment. So I would like to go over to the Honorable Minister to have some remarks. Before I do that, I'll allow MP Labega the opportunity to sign in. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of a loss for words. The agenda point to me has been all over the place. We're here back once again talking about Soul Beach. Now, to me, the main issue in the beginning, from day one, was public spending, transparency, and policy, which are all great points. At the end of the day, as members of parliament, it's our job to make sure that the government follows proper procedures, policies, etc. Now, in the beginning of the presentation, I must commend the minister for taking accountability and stating that some steps were missed in the financial and budgetary process. A lot of people, a lot of government officials, what have you, even members of parliament, it takes a big person to admit when steps were missed. And I appreciate that. Now, nobody is perfect, and nobody is beyond making mistakes. It is important that we as a government, we as a parliament, learn from these mistakes and come up with discussions, solutions, to ensure that it does not happen again. So that is what I thought I would mostly hear in a setting, in a meeting like this. Now, in one of the slides, the minister mentioned policy improvements and strengthening the framework. Creating clearer guidelines that speak to our modern economy needs and activities. Some of the old policies may take a little longer to implement. As the minister said, this was an event that she reached out to the organizers. She saw the opportunity, and she grasped the opportunity. And I commend that, and I respect that. If some steps were missed along the way, no problem. Let's talk about moving forward in the future, how to do it better, the correct way, what may have you. Now, this event benefited the entire island, the entire St. Martin, all industries, as the SAY report stated. Now, instead of saying, okay, how could we do it better next time? How could we attract more events? We're here disputing whether 2,000 people came to 2,500 people came. As the minister always stated, these are public meetings, things you put on social media, the public sees. I have friends that come to St. Martin on a yearly basis, and they were reaching out to me during this whole Soul Beach saga, saying, but D.M.R, what's going on in St. Martin? Like, what's happening? Do we want an event or do we not want an event? Is the minister's job to stimulate the economy or not? So on one end, we just had a meeting talking about the lack of being proactive, but now when the minister is proactive, we also have a problem with that. I think sometimes we're just here to complain and not solve problems. So which one is it? Are we really going to sit here and dispute for 2 hours about whether 1,000 people came? Did they spend $100? Did they spend $200? And this is coming from people who have no business sense, never had a business. Clearly, they don't understand. Name one event, name one festival throughout the Caribbean that had a 100% impact in their first year. A lot of events take time to build up. Year 1, year 2, and I find that this was maybe 5 or 6 months with major contention from St. Martin and parliamentarians. So what would have happened had we, St. Martin, had a full year to promote an event like Soul Beach? I've been to Soul Beach in Aruba, and I've purposely went to a lot of events that were here on St. Martin. And what I've heard from people, they were very happy. Yes, they had some points of concern with transportation and the events being at different locations, but that also turned out to be a blessing for them because now they got to see the island. And they was ecstatic about possibly, potentially coming back to St. Martin, but unfortunately, budgetary-wise, we cannot bring it back to St. Martin. So if this is going to be the attitude moving forward, that when ministers present ideas, ideas to stimulate the economy, it's going to be pure negativity, then what's the sense? Then when we have no activity, then we're going to complain there's no activity? St. Martin is, to me, one of the best places to have a seasonal event that we lack. Other islands have it. So now Soul Beach is going to be in Curacao, and I'm going to go to Curacao and check it out, right? But I'm pretty sure that they're going to be happy to have the event. So while I'm all for...
One moment, MP La Vega. I see MP Utley would like the floor again for interruption. MP Utley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I heard correct. Did the MP say it's going to be in Curacao? So the MP spoke about year 1, year 2. So we're not even going to have a year 2? No. We made 30 million, and then we can't have a year 2 because we don't have budget. It impacted the whole country, and now we don't have budget for year 2. I'm baffled.
Thank you, MP Utley. MP La Vega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I did.
Before you continue, I see MP Myers would like the opportunity for interruption. MP Myers, you have the floor.
You know, thinking as a business person, had I been one of the organizers of Soul Beach and wanting to bring an event to St. Martin, I too would have gone to Curacao, because the feedback that I received from the government for bringing something that actually started here, I too would have taken my money and gone somewhere else. We have to spend to make, and that is what's missing here. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Now it's in Curacao, but that's exactly how we like it. We like to be in the showcase looking at other people do good things for their country and not us doing it for ours.
Thank you, MP Myers. MP La Vega. Before you continue, I see MP Utley has his last interruption. Yes, and just a reminder that the interruption is, the purpose is to interrupt the speaker, not the interrupter. So with that said, you have the floor to interrupt the speaker.
Thank you, thank you. I have to agree with my fellow colleague. As a businessman, if I am receiving negative feedback, I would leave. But also, as a businessman, if I made 30+ million, I ain't going nowhere. So something ain't adding up. The math is not mathing.
Thank you, MP Utley. MP La Vega, looking in the room, I think it's safe that to hold on 1 minute so that MP Myers can have the floor. MP Myers, you have the floor.
I want to be clear about something. Nowhere in any report it states that 30 million was made off of Soul Beach. The projected amount was 30 million. It's the same when government submits its annual budget to Parliament. It's not cash in the coffers of government. It's a projected amount. So that's like saying we're not going to go ahead with the budget because they ain't seen the 563 million guilders. It's a projected amount. It's based on a projection. So it's a businessman, yes. If 30 million was made, but when you think about the scrutinies as regards to the Soul Beach, coming from your highest body in St. Martin, I too would have said, well, you know, now Curaçao's going to do it. Aruba had it for 20-something plus years. Now Curaçao has the North Sea Jazz Festival and Soul Beach. And guess what? We're going to be jumping on the plane, going to them.
Thank you, MP Myers. MP La Vega, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for my colleagues for their interjections. Now, MP Utley stated that why did they leave if it was so great and things like that. And if the numbers were so great, why would a business leave? Now, obviously, businesses and events are not only here because of their revenues, but they have to have consultation and agreements with governments. If we're talking about projections, any business know, yes, you're going to set your yearly projection and you're going to set your target. You're going to set to hit your target. But if you do not hit your target, are you going to say now that the business failed? Are you going to say now that we're going to close up shop? No, it's a growth. Everything you grow. But in order to grow, you need the buy-in, not only from the population, and as well, you need a buy-in from government as well. So like I said, to me, we're talking about things that I don't want to say doesn't make sense, because it's very important that we follow policy, but it's also important that we have discussions of how to better that policy, because I haven't heard any suggestions from any MPs on how to better create the policies so next time we can have successful events with limited kickback. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the minister for taking the initiative to try to stimulate in the economy in that year. And I know that she will continue with her team to look for opportunities to stimulate the economy and provide opportunity for people in St. Martin. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. I see. No? I don't see a need at this time. I would like to now give the floor and opportunity to the Honorable Minister of TIAT. Yeah, 10 minutes, yeah. Before you continue, MPs, first of all, I would like to try to encourage the MPs to please sign in the speakers list before the last speaker speaks, so that way the flow can continue. And I would like to adjourn for 10 minutes to give everybody a little restroom break, and then we continue in 10 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, right now. So meeting adjourned for 10 minutes.
Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back to this public meeting of Parliament with 3 agenda points. We are on the second agenda point after adjourning the first to be continued, and now the members of Parliament, after receiving information from the minister, started the questioning round of members of Parliament, and we are at MP Doran to speak at this time. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to my colleagues, Honorable Minister once again, and a special shout out to the people of St. Martin that are tuned in. Madam Chair, I'll delve right into some points. I'll go into the report from the SER. Madam Chair, I want to be very, very clear. I do not have an issue with Soul Beach. I have an issue with the improper use of public funds. When I say that, I'm not talking based on my opinion. It is all over the same report that is being referenced. It was mentioned on different platforms. The minister gave the same, nod or in agreement with the fact that things were not done correctly. So the COM could approve and everybody could approve, but bad does not become good just because it's accepted by the majority. And that's what this is about, the improper use of public funds and procedures. I love Soul Beach. I always used to wonder why Summerfest didn't come back to St. Martin. That was an annual summer event. So therefore, anything that can generate revenue has my full agreement and my full blessing. However, when things are done in the wrong way, it always gives this result. And that's why we spoke about year 1, year 2, year 3 last year, the coming back, but it gone before it could have even settled in. And as my colleague mentioned a while ago, if they generated or the projection was 30 million, it only bring in 4, and they do this and they do so great, why are they here today? Why didn't the government negotiate? Because up to now, I haven't heard from the government, so that's my first question. Why did Soul Beach leave? I think it was a press briefing, or earlier today I heard a mention of because of non-participation of the French side or something like that. I would just like some clarity on that point. Why did Soul Beach leave? Or did they leave and it was just one day like you come home, you meet the house empty and they're gone? Or was a communication given to the government of St. Martin, hey, you know what? We had an agreement to do year 2, but therefore we choose not to continue for XYZ reason. That I would like to be provided with. And not only a reason, but anything official that can be provided. Through you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my colleague, MP Labega, spoke right before me. He mentioned the fact that, nobody on this side of the room is coming with solutions. But my dear colleague spoke for 20 minutes without one solution either. So therefore, I'm saying all this to say that we need to come. Let me give him time to speak. I hope that's not coming off of my time.
I thank the members of Parliament. I heard it a little earlier too, in basically allowing another member to make an interruption. But the member needs to stand at the lectern, and the chair will acknowledge the fact that a member wishes to make an interruption. So I thank you for your assistance, all of you, in allowing the member to have an interruption. But I will now know that I see MP Labega wishes to make use of the interruption lectern. So MP Labega, you may. MP, with your indulgence, MP Doran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it was stated that indeed solutions need to come from us members of Parliament. That is why I alluded to the slide where the minister showed that they are in the process of reevaluating the processes. And once we hear that, then we could now add to that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega, and MP Doran, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll continue to delve into the report piece by piece, and then I'll ask my questions at the end. Madam Chair, with regard to the point, data obtained from targeted stakeholder interviews. Based on the list of stakeholders submitted to the Ministry of TIAT, the SER conducted a targeted interviews in February 2026. So that's last month, right? With representatives of hotel, car rentals, agencies, a taxi dispatcher, and operator of a third-party hotel booking online platform. Where here I see a list of hotels. I see 2 car rentals or 3 car rentals, but 1 taxi dispatcher, that approximately 25% increase in trips. So, Madam Chair, my question through you to the minister is, where is the sampling pool? Which this is standard when you're doing surveys, inquiries. Where's the sampling pool? How can you use 1 taxi dispatcher to emphasize the feeling of everybody else in the entire taxi community on the island? And I don't think that there was a distinction made from Dutch and French. So we're talking about, I don't know how much taxi drivers we have over here, and add up those from over there. I would like to know through you, from the minister, in that regard. I would also like to know, Madam Chair, did the SED ask the hotels to get the information to confirm that the people that were in attendance or in terms of the occupancy come for the Soul Beach event? If not, then the information isn't valid either. Because the simple fact is, Madam Chair, from January 2025 come straight down, there was a peak in arrivals in comparison to 2024. So are we going to just take the statistics from January straight down to April and include May in it to substantiate the improper use in this regard of public funds without following procedures? Just to say we're doing it? So where is it verified? That's what I would like to know. I move on, Madam Chair. In terms of the report, the legal context. The SED has observed the indication that certain financial and budgetary procedures related to the organization and financing of the Soul Beach Music Festival may not have been fully aligned with requirements of the National Ordinance on Public Finances. Compatibility plan for the ordering. For the legal minds. Unfortunately, they're not here, but I know they're going to hear it. In particular, Madam Chair, concerns raised by MPs regarding the expenditures related to the adherence of the prescribed procedures, including the timely adoption of the necessary budget amendments prior to the organization of the Soul Beach Music Fest. The SED advises that failure to comply with these procedures may constitute a breach of statutory obligations imposed on ministers and, where applicable, administrative bodies. This is the same report. I didn't see it on the screen earlier with the presentation. What I saw on the screen was independent report by SED. How is it independent when the source of the information, the main source, let me say that because then they'll say you're playing with words, the main source of the information, which is also here in the report, is the Soul Beach Music Festival Foundation. How can that be independent, Madam Chair, through you to the minister? Can I get an answer to that question? Additionally, the SED further notes that during the parliamentary deliberation in the national budget 2025, MPs raised the question regarding the provisions of $500,000 US in upfront funding to the organizers of the Soul Beach as part of a total $700,000 compensation. Considering these discussions and the interest of transparency, SED has elected to outline the National Ordinance on Subsidies regarding the manner in which subsidies are granted. And I quote the following: the National Ordinance on Subsidies established the general legal framework governing and granting of subsidies by government of St. Martin. It regulates the application, granting, advance payments, and accountability of subsidies, and establishes the rules governing the termination, recovery of subsidies. The reason why I say all of this, Madam Chair, is because today, some might have the notion, and I'm hearing it from the other side of the hall, where members are saying, yeah, but, you know, the minister come, the minister taking accountability, you know, let's move on, we're wasting time. And I gotta say one thing, nobody in here ain't vote for me. And nobody in here going to tell me how to do my job. That's for sure. Madam Chair, I'll continue. I'll continue with the following, Madam Chair. One thing is for sure, the issue, again, I want to repeat it, the issue is not Soul Beach. So let's not get clouded. The issue is the process. I move on. The SED emphasizes that it does not assess the legality, appropriateness, or the individual subsidy decisions, nor does it change the political considerations surrounding such decisions. Any determination regarding compliance with the National Subsidy Ordinance falls within the competence of the appropriate administrative, audit, and judicial authorities. The SED's inclusion of the legal context is intended solely to clarify the applicable regulatory framework within which the parliamentary discussions took place. Lastly, where the information is incomplete, it is consistent with the SARE's advisory mandate to issue qualified assessments, providing that the limitations of transparently identified and conclusions are framed accordingly. The advice, therefore, reflects both SARE's duty to support evidence-informed decision-making and the responsibility to maintain analytical integrity where data constraints exist. So the SARE themselves, in my humble opinion, if I have to understand it, and I would like clarity on it, are basically saying we do not have all the information. That is clear in the report. So to paint a picture today that everything went good and it's only a little minor administrative error and we're going to fix it next time, it's just totally not true, Madam Chair. Economic observations. The Soul Beach Music Fest 2025 marketing report presents a detailed economic impact data breakdown on the following assumptions. That's written in the report, the following assumptions. Tourism impact calculations provided, lodging impact, number of tourists, 2,556, nights, 5 nights, etc., and it goes over with the numbers and so forth, how much the rooms cost, etc. It goes on to the visitor spending. Total visitor spending, I think they have it as 5 million, a little over 5 million. Total tourism income as per report. Which report? The report that Soul Beach provided to prove that their event was good? Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, which report? Soul Beach provided a report on their event, rating it good, and the SARE used that report to make their report to us. But it was an independent report. To further substantiate the direct local operational spending, the SARE reviewed the detailed report from the Soul Beach Music Festival payment log provided by the Ministry of TIAT. Madam Chair, a colleague of mine mentioned this earlier. Don't give me salt and tell me that it's sugar. And if the maths ain't mathing, then that's just what it is, because it don't make sense. I move on, Madam Chair. While the SARE maintains that the economic figures should be treated as indicative rather than definitive, the stakeholders' interviews provided independent confirmation of the direction of the economic impact observed during the Soul Beach Music Festival. But then my question again remains, when you go to the hotels, do the hotel guests verify that they came here for Soul Beach? And I asked a question last year, and up to now, I haven't received it. Can I get, through you, Madam Chair, from the Honorable Minister, the flight, how much flights arrived between May 15, 2024 and May 15, 2025 on St. Martin, and how much visitors arrived in that? So flights and visitors. Because, Madam Chair, again, I want to say, when I read this report, today doesn't seem like a sort of a taking of accountability. It seems more like SARE pointed out, so I'm going to say it publicly before the MPs bring it out. And that's how I take it. I don't see it really as accountability, because when we were mentioning these same points over a year now, we were told that we are just being opposition and we oppose the progress and the doers and the thinkers and all these different things. But therefore, the facts are here to show today, Madam Chair, that we were right. The facts are there, Madam Chair. The facts are there with a report that the minister provided to us. These are not my words. Madam Chair, you know what I would like to see in this report? Why nobody interview the receiver's office or the tax administration? Because if you interview the receiver's office and the tax administration through you, Madam Chair, and that's my other question, I would like to know the TOT income. I heard one of my colleagues allude to it earlier, and I think that's a brilliant point, because I had it written down. That is one way to give the economic indications, and that one you can't tamper with for sure. I'm not indicating that this has happened in this report, but I'm saying those numbers are definitive, because we can't go back in time and change the income. That's for sure, for sure, for sure. So those are the things that we need to provide to substantiate. And if it was good, it's good. I'm not here saying I hope it was bad. If it's good, it's good. the legal mind. I can't do that, sorry.
MP Doran, with your indulgence, I'll allow MP Roseberg to make an interruption. MP Roseberg, you may.
Thank you, Chair Lady. While I was listening to the meeting, it was noted that I wasn't here, and that was a concern. But seeing that I'm here, I would like to know where in the report of the SER it's mentioned that this report was solely based on the Soul Beach information, because it seems like that is the narrative that's being created. So maybe if I haven't seen it, where in the report is that mentioned, Madam Chair, that is solely based on Soul Beach? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg, for the interruption that you raised, and I allow MP Doran to continue with his presentation. MP Doran, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to continue. Madam Chair, also in the report, it mentions that subsequently on October 14, 2025, the SED notified the Ministry of TIAT that earlier submissions were inadequate and that the data received on September 4th did not meet the standards for the institution to conduct a thorough assessment. If you ask me, Madam Chair, I think that that is why I can see that this is a sort of, in my humble opinion, and respect to all who put their efforts and time into it, they had to squeeze blood out of stone with the information that they have. Because it's a lot of words written, but when it comes to evidence-based, it's lacking. Therefore, the facts remain the facts, Madam Chair. So I'd like to know, Madam Chair, through you, from the Minister, based on that statement from the SED on October 14th, what happened since then, and if we could be provided with all the information that was provided since then. So what was provided on September 4th versus what was provided on October 14th, 2025. Madam Chair, the SED goes on to talk about their economic concerns. Repeated deviations from established budgetary procedures. The repeated deviation from established budgetary procedures risk weakening institutional discipline, undermining internal controls, and setting precedents to erode respect for formal decision-making process within the government of St. Martin, which goes right over to the point that I mentioned earlier. Just because everybody in the Council of Ministers decided on this, that will make it right. So then my question to you, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, did this advice go through the decision-making process that is customary with the Beslis Rijpeids assessment that is done by the Secretariat prior to things reaching to the Council of Ministers, or via the legal department within government? And it brings me back to something that my colleague MP York has been asking for a year now. Can we be provided with the advice that substantiated the payment of the Soul Beach, the $700,000? Can we be provided with that so that we could get a better understanding of the steps that was taken? I don't want words, I would like the advice. Through you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the SED goes on to even talk about the undermining of public trust in the government. SED is concerned that a continued disregard for financial and budgetary rules undermine the public trust in government, damaging credibility with stakeholders and affecting the confidence among international partners and visitors. Maybe that's the reason why Soul Beach ain't come back. Is it? Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, is that one of the reasons? Did they get all the $700,000 that they were promised? Madam Chair, it goes on when it comes to the advice. All future large government subsidized events should be planned, implemented, strict accordance to the applicable financial budgetary ordinance in order to avoid irregular financial practices, parliamentary scrutiny, motions, or investigations. That the government prevents future deviation, establish budgetary procedures as such practices will weaken the institutional discipline, undermine internal procedures, and set precedents to erode respect for formal decision-making. The SED is repeating this over and over and over. And at no point through you, Madam Chair, I've gotten the sense, based on the so-called independent presentation that was given, that this will be taken up. I heard about walking better and being so. But these are some serious statements that the Senate is making, Madam Chair. And therefore, I want to re-emphasize, I am pro-progress, I'm pro-solutions, I'm pro-economic development. But what I'm not pro is doing things that are not correct and then try to justify it and act like everybody else is wrong. With that being said, I have a few more questions regarding the SAID report on Soul Beach. The SAID report indicated that the analysis based on the information, the data provided by the ministry and other stakeholders, I would like to know if the minister can provide Parliament with a full data set and documents that were submitted to the SAID in its entirety. So not only the 2 minutes, wow, all right. So not only the report from the 4th of September and the 14th of October, but every document, every email, if that could be provided. Madam Chair, I'll leave the rest for the second round. Oh, I will also, lastly, before I finish, I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, did SAID identify any limitations in available data? And if so, what were those limitations and how might they affect the reliability of the report's conclusion? With that, I'll hold on for the other questions in the second round. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Doran, for your contribution to this discussion. I continue with the members of Parliament, and I give the floor to MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon once again, Madam Chair Lady Griffier, Minister, her support staff, those in the Tribune, and my fellow colleagues. Madam Chair Lady, there's a saying, and it was mentioned not from that it came from Abraham Lincoln. And then Bob Marley said it, and I know MP Franklin Myers would like this one. You can fool the people sometimes, but you can't fool the people all the time. Madam Chair Lady, on June the 23rd, 2025, I requested some numbers. And the reason for that was simple. I knew that this day would come, the day when we would get a fictitious report being waved all around that made absolutely no sense. Clearly, in the report, it says it makes no sense, but it's being used as if it makes sense. I asked for the numbers from 2023, 2024, and 2025, April, May, and June. I would like the car rental tax numbers. I would like the room tax numbers, the airport passenger statistics, the TOT of all the 3 months mentioned. Madam Chair Lady, when we were in TIAT 2023, there were 7 flights from Miami to St. Martin a week. So I did some more research. In 2023, there were between 20 to 25 flights. 2024, 70 to 20 flights. And 2025, 17 to 25 flights. Maximum for the biggest plane is 500 passengers. Do the maths. Het klopt gewoon voor geen moer. Madam Chair Lady, I heard the mention of moer. No, that's not a book. Madam Chair Lady, and I'd like the members to not disturb me, just because she don't want to be disturbed. The taxi numbers, laughable. I am being swamped with messages with what took place then. A French company got the job, and if anyone from here wanted to drive, they had to pay. the company. Prove me wrong. Madam Chair Lady, I went to every event. He who does not go out and I have pictures. Madam Chair Lady, another question. Did the advice go through AIMS? Or was this an advice on paper walked? And why? Other question. Did the Minister of Finance sign that advice? Madam Chair Lady, the previous speaker did a marvelous job reading the report. I have those points. I will not go into them, but he eluded exactly the points where it was important that the public would know what were the sentiments or are the sentiments of the SER concerning the whole fiasco. Madam Chair Lady, after every subsidy, the organizers has 3 months to deliver a financial report where they then will get the balance 10% of whatever was promised to them. Can we see those reports? Madam Chair Lady, the job of the Minister of TIAT, the Ministry of TIAT, is to stimulate the economy. Soul Beach was a brilliant idea. Bring it back. Poorly executed. And if just that was said, you would have gotten no noise. We didn't have time. If we had the time, or we should have planned better, we would have moved better, we would have gotten the results we wanted. But to continue to try to cover the people's eyes is my problem. I love what was mentioned concerning bringing festivals in low season to shorten our low season. Madam Chair Lady, I'm going to give some advice. You have a festival, and I'm not going to mention a specific festival, that receives $350,000 from government for the last 10 years. At which point are we going to say, okay, you are making enough money to now be able to carry your own weight. We are going to give you a little less and take that amount and put it into a new festival in our low season. We are going to leave St. Martin, go to, for example, Dallas, see what is happening there, see a festival there, talk to the organizers, tell them, hey, we have 100,000 for you. Can we get direct flights from Dallas to St. Martin? That is the job. Then and only then, I will get the feeling, hey, we're moving forward. That is not happening. We are in dire need for a little local man to make it. I was stopped yesterday, passing the market, ladies, and one of them told me again, the little train that comes sends the people to that store and tell them only shop there, not here by us. These are the things that we should be paying attention to. And for God, I would not believe that I am the only MP that they have spoken to. But no one has reached out and said, hey, This is not right what you're doing. This is the job of the ministry. Stimulate the economy, the local economy. Come with ideas. Execute them. And if you don't know to, ask. Ask for help. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. The nonchalant attitude about spending the people's money is my problem. And I had to think about this when I went through the report. It's like my son, 10 years old, Azariah, he turns around and tells me, Daddy, I get a 10 today. You could ask Jeremiah. And Jeremiah, who's 8 years old now, needs to turn around and tell me, yeah, Daddy, he get a 10. And I need to take it for that. Give me the numbers. Give me the numbers. Show me that there's an increase in these numbers for me to see that definitely there was some type of impact on our 500, 600, 700,000 taxpayers' dollars that was spent. That is all I am asking for. And I hope that this time now, yes, we could get a report. Madam Chairlady, this report from the airport was something that we put in place, that the airport monthly sends to the ministry. And the goal of that report was literally to send it to members of parliament so that they know how things are moving in the country. And we did that every time, every month, because we had nothing to hide. And if you ain't getting it, that means you didn't ask for it. Thank you, Madam Chairlady.
Thank you, MP Lacruz, for your questions and contributions. Members of Parliament, if I go according to the speakers list, the next one up to speak would be MP Kotai. I have spoken to the MP because, of course, I'm cognizant, and I was informed by the Vice Chair of MP Kotai having signed in before and scratched out his name, and then when he thought he would be present to speak, he signed back in. And so the MP could get in a discussion with me. I don't think he would, but about this is the speaker's list, and his name appears, and he should be able to speak because indeed the rules of order don't really go into any such matters. However, I did speak to the MP, as I mentioned, and he agrees with my standpoint that if we allow that to be the case so that MPs can take out a name and put it back in, it could become a very chaotic situation in terms of speakers. But I see the MP has stood up, in this case, MP Kotai. And MP Kotai, you may say something on what I just raised. So not to speak, but on what I just raised, and then we continue. MP Kotai, you may.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will not be the one setting that precedent, so I'm okay to keep my questions for the clarification. And just for clarity's sake, I did not think I would be able to speak when I signed my name as to why I scratched it out. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai, noted. And at this juncture, I just want to repeat what the Vice Chair said earlier as well, and I ask the members to please take that into consideration. You know that we don't have to wait and actually turn the floor over to a minister and then MPs realize, well, I want to speak now, because again, it is kind of disturbing to have to ask the minister to hold off because one or more members still wanted to speak, albeit they had not indicated this on the speakers list before. So I just ask the members of Parliament to work with each other and with me in order to make sure that we don't have a sort of a unregulated speaking sequence. So I see MP MP Myers is taking heed to what I just stated. I'll allow MP Myers to sign, but we still have, of course, MP waiver next before MP Myers. The MP Roseburg, yes, let me allow you to do that, MP Roseburg, just again so that we don't have any, as you indicated, misunderstanding about the process. MP Roseburg, although I don't have the, the basis for it, but just for clarification,
Yes.
I'll allow you to ask.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Much appreciated. Seeing that this is the first time something like that, in my presence at least, occurred, I would like to know for future references. So does that mean when an MP, because you have a speakers list in public meetings, right? And there is an order that once you sign in, you speak. But if you, for example, sign in and you decide, you know what, before any other member gets up, and decide, you know what, no, I still don't want to speak. I reconsider. I might not want to speak, or I might want to speak later. Isn't there a difference in that versus if it happens like in the same moment, other than, for example, you sit down and then other speaker gets up and then you follow after? Like how do we determine that? Or is it once you get up and you sign in, there's no way back? I just would like to have that clear for future references, because what I see MP Kotai do is get up, sign in, and then walk back and then decide, no, I still don't want to speak. And then that was what happened. So like, how do we decide when you can speak versus when you can't speak? I think it's a difference when you I want to get clarity on that. Thank you.
I get your
Much
question.
appreciated.
I get your question indeed, but from what I'm seeing on the speakers list, in MP Kotai's case, it did not go like that. Like I signed in and then I go right back. No, that is not the way according to the speakers list that it went. And to your question in particular, whichever MP signs, and then even before he or she reaches back to their seat, then decide, well, I don't want to speak, rather than we getting a lot of scratching out on the speakers list that it become nearly uncontrollable for the Secretary General. When your turn is given, then you say, no, I don't have that need right now. Once your name is there, even the fact that you don't want to speak at that time in the first round, your name is there for the second round. And then, yes, you can make use, if you're thinking about speaking, then you have the opportunity to do so once your name is there. So I would prefer that, to say, well, even if it's right after you sign, you just leave it when I give you the opportunity, or the chair gives you the opportunity, you say, no need to at this time, and like that in a public meeting you have the opportunity in the second round still, because your name is in the listing. So just making sure that we get that clear, because as MP Kotai stated, we don't want to create a precedent that then we can't, that would be in my case, I can't really control, and it becomes sort of chaotic in terms of speaking, not speaking, etc. So I thank MP Kotai for his statement regarding that, and not really making it an issue about, yes, but Madam Chair, my name is there, my name is next, etc. So thank you, MP Kotai, for that. And then we continue. And may I also add here that I need to acknowledge the fact that I see that the lectern, the interruption lectern, is also being used between members of Parliament, and that's a good thing. I encourage that. If if you feel a colleague of yours said something that you would like him or her to explain or to ask about, so it's not always the minister is actually the one at which interruptions should be directed. So I saw that today, and I just wanted to kind of commend that debate and that dialogue between members of Parliament. That said, we continue, and we have MP Waver. MP Waver, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to Griffier, Honorable Minister, support staff, members of the SER that are here as well, and those listening and viewing via whichever media. I will keep it brief, as I will also hold on with my questions until the second round. But I would just like to say that let's not underestimate the power of social media and what it has. I think the effects of this festival, or maybe we can assume that the effects of this festival had on social media afterwards. Because when I look at my social media, when it comes to TikToks and everything like that, you can see clearly that there has been and continues to have been an increase within travelers from the United States, especially coming to this island and reporting on it. Now, if there's a correlation or not, maybe that's something that we can maybe look deeper into, that might have been a case or not, but that's something we can maybe research. But definitely social media in all aspects has a great effect, and also the cost-wise of promotion is significantly low to do that. So, but with that said, I would like to hold on to any other further questions for the second round. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Weaver. And I continue now, and I give the floor to MP Myers. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues here in Parliament, to the Honorable Minister and her support staff, those of you listening via social media, and to those, the lone crusader in our tribune. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, you know, we all have a responsibility as members of Parliament that when we come on the floor of Parliament we enjoy the benefits of immunity. And there's a fine line between immunity, and falsehoods. But, Madam Chair, the problem that sometimes happens, especially when we deliberate, we blur that line. And this Soul Beach thing has been going on now since the minister took an initiative to try, in her best interest and the best interest of St. Martin, to try to, and this isn't something new. This is something that goes back to when we were an island council, to try to figure out a way to stimulate the economy when our slow season, especially one of the things that we know in particular Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire actively promotes, for example, is they're not in the hurricane belt. So their season runs throughout the year. We had things with travel agents back in the days actually saying, well, they wouldn't advise St. Martin to go to St. Martin from June to November because that's hurricane season. So then it fell on us as a government to try to figure out how do we stimulate our economy. As a matter of fact, the very Soul Beach festival that started in St. Martin left because of the destruction of Hurricane Louis. And St. Martin wasn't ready in time, so they moved on. They went to Aruba, and it became a great success in Aruba. Question is, I wonder how much money Aruba spent to keep Soul Beach over those years. And ultimately, like every government has a choice to say, well, okay, I'm going to take another direction. So I've always remained cognizant of the fact that when I get up here, to be careful about what you're saying, because what we say don't only echo in the community of St. Martin. It echoes throughout the world now. You know, as much as we're a little small island, especially when we target one another and make statements like the report is fictitious. You know, I've seen it's become a trend. You have members from the High Council of State that has come into these chambers and have been disrespected. You know, these people are appointed, went through their screenings to be on these councils to advise government. And then they're chided by children in Parliament, like their children in Parliament, as if they're inconsequential based on what the job that they're doing. And this is unacceptable, because the question you have to ask yourself then is, where are we going with this behavior? Where are we going with this behavior? And if this is the future that we have to look forward to in St. Martin, I dare say then we're in a lot of trouble, because these people, these representatives who are on these council, and it's becoming a pattern, Madam Chair, because you're seeing it over and over and over again. And one of the things that concerns me, one of the things that I have to comment on is, if the minister, because it's being alluded that the minister, so you're saying on the floor of Parliament that the SER cannot conduct an independent onderzoek. So you're saying that the minister and the SER are both in cahoots with each other to prepare numbers to bring to Parliament, just to appease who? Parliament? To appease Parliament. But then go on and read where the SER itself is very critical on the handling of public funds. Now, if the minister and the SER had sat down and were in cahoots to present something to Parliament, you would think that those critical points would have been left out of the report. But you could highlight the critical points. You could say that this is a fictitious report and you're getting independent reports. All of the information that the SER has put in the report had to come from somewhere. The report was given, I see where Holland House was contacted, Oyster Bay was contacted. All of the hotels were contacted and asked the numbers. So, yes, there was, and this is the thing, Madam Chair, there was a comparison, because one thing for sure, numbers don't lie. So then, the minister in her presentation showed an uptick in tourism arrivals in the month of May. And then, of course, the honorable members of Parliament said, well, there was, which is true, there is an uptick throughout the entire year of each successive month of 2020, from 2024 in comparison to 2025. That is a fact. That is a fact. But then, if you're going to say that and say, well, it isn't because of Soul Beach and we wasted this money, then tip your hat to the minister and say she's doing a good job, because the numbers doubled in a year. Then say, minister, you're doing an excellent job, because the numbers went from 400 and something thousand to 900 and something thousand. So tip your hat and say, minister, whatever it is you're doing from 2024 to 2025, you've doubled the stayover arrivals in St. Martin. Kudos to you. Say that. Say that. And that's why I say you blur the lines. You blur the lines. And I think when you're questioning ministers on stuff that is relevant to the livelihood of us, you know, don't nitpick. We do that in St. Martin. We take the small things and we make them big. And then we take the big things and we make them small and we kick them under the counter like, you know, it never happened, you know. And this is counterproductive to those who want to aspire to be a member of Parliament. You know, we often say the youth are the future of this country. The youth are the future. We've said it so much it comes like a soundbite, because what happens is, then members of Parliament, when the youth hold those positions, are the first one to say that we got to fire them because they ain't doing a good job. Soul Beach, again, Soul Beach, the projection for the Soul Beach was, again, $30 million. And you got to understand something with government, Madam Chair. Government efficiency, as far as I was minister, and I know back in the day, one of the problems that we had, especially I was the Minister of Tourism, one of the problems that we had in particular, when we were invited to trade shows, by the time the advice went through the government apparatus, the trade show had already come and gone. And not the ones that you regularly go to, like Routes America or Sea Trade or what's the other one? Sea Trade and FCCA. Not those that one that may come up, and by the time you go through the advice, so what happened? It forced the ministry to try to circumvent that process. But when you circumvent that process, and that's what you have said, they say, well, listen, I understand what it is you were doing and why you were doing it. But you're not dealing with your funds, you're dealing with public funds into which you are and must be held accountable for that. And those are the things, but we have a way of trying to demonize someone or you know, and that's why I said the important thing of when you're in here in Parliament is because you would want to hate to think that, you know, Soul Beach and the minister was in cahoots. It was an opportunity. It was an opportunity that presented itself. The minister, according to law, according to our law, a lot of us forget in here that the minister has the bevoegdheid. That's the big word here. He or she has the authority to decide this is the direction that I want to go. We often hear talk about advice, and they didn't follow the advice. Yes, an advice is exactly that. It's an advice. But if the minister sees that this is the direction and this is part of my greater plan for St. Martin, this is the way. And each and every person who sits in here now as a member of Parliament and was at one time was a minister, I can guarantee you, did not follow all of the advices as they were presented. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Because it is up to the minister to say, this is the direction. And the funny thing, Madam Chair, is the funny thing about life, without risk in life, there will never be progress. It is something that is written in the universe that if you do not take risks, you will not progress. And the funny thing about risk, Madam Chair, is opportunity only looks like opportunity when you're looking back at it. But when it's in front of you, it looks like risk. So she took the risk. And granted, it could have been more successful. We want to take and compare Aruba's 20-year run to the first-year trial of Soul Beach. That is not fair. That is like trying to compare Aruba's 40 years in separate status to our 15, 16 years in separate status. The two don't match up. So what I'm saying here, and just everyone has a little tidbit about Soul Beach. I went to Miami like 2 weeks before the Soul Beach Festival was supposed to happen here. Randomly, I go to the airport, I go to get my car, and when I go to get my car, the guy asked me for my driver's license. I give him my driver's license, and he sees St. Martin. He said, oh, I'm going to be in St. Martin in 2 weeks for the Soul Beach Festival. Randomly. A guy at the counter at National Car Rental. Randomly. So the opposition, and this is the thing. Are we here to represent St. Martin? You know, my whole thing, I'm not doubting anybody's love for the country, but what I'm saying, so what are we to get out of this meeting? Let's just say the minister comes in here and says, yes, the Soul Beach was a colossal failure. Then are we happy? Then do we get to gloat and say, yes, you see, it's a failure. Ha, it didn't work. They waste the money. Is that the purpose of members of Parliament to say that? Or we say, okay, how could we try to help to make it better? We take the small things and we make them big, and then when something is successful, we kick it to the curb as if it does not and it didn't exist. And I feel that this is a sad thing. So, Madam Chair, I dare say,
MP Myers, I ask your indulgence as I allow MP Lewis to make an interruption. MP Lewis, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the topic is Soul Beach, but I think what the good MP, he's not referencing exactly what opposition, let's say opposition, brought up. We're talking about the spending. We're not talking about the event. We're talking about how the monies were spent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. MP Myers, you may continue.
thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, an investment, anything that you're invest in comes with risk. Again, the short term, and that's why some people don't do something on the short term. They wait, they prefer. The hindsight is 2020. Anyone could stand up here now and tell the minister, you should have done. I could stand up here and give her about 20 points what she should have done. You know why? Because I got the benefit of looking at Soul Beach and seeing exactly what didn't work. But when it's in front of you, you don't have that benefit. My friend, who is the SG of, and I know he's going to hate that I put him on blast, who's the SG of TIAT. By trade, he's an economist. And there's a saying about economists, they see the future very clearly, and they see the past very clearly. But they have a problem with the present. They have a problem. So that's the same thing. Only when you have made the mistakes and you go back, you could say, well, oh, I'm not going to do that again. But I am convinced, I have noticed in St. Martin the trend. St. Kitts has a music festival. Curacao now has 2 music festivals. St. Lucia has a music festival. Dominica has a music festival. Jamaica has a music festival. All of these islands are invested in music festivals. St. Martin gets one. And what government does? Government fights it down. We're fighting progress. We're fighting. We have picked up this thing of negativity, that everything that propels us forward, we must pull it back. We must pull it back, and this is the problem, why we are not going anywhere. But in the meantime, St. Kitts, Dominica, St. Lucia, Antigua, all of them are competing with us, and you are not seeing them blazing these people. They're basically welcoming them. Welcoming them, saying, come, St. Martin don't want you, we want you. And then tomorrow, we are going to be like the window shoppers looking in saying, oh, why we don't have this and why we don't have that. So again, Madam Chair, yes, I go back to the High Council of State, the Social Economic Council, which is a council that should be held in high esteem, and I think we as members of parliament should hold the members of all these councils when they come in here as such. And I do believe that they are professional enough to do an independent report as it relates to not only Soul Beach, but anything else. And to the Honorable Minister, congratulations again. For future reference, make sure all your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted as it pertains to the spending of government money. And we'll try to, I hope that in the future you'll try to bring some kind of another festival to St. Martin. And hopefully, once all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted, the scrutinies from the members of parliament will not be the same. But you know, that's how it goes. So thank you. That's my presentation, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. I continue with the members of parliament who are speaking on this topic, and I give the floor to MP Irion. MP Irion, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if I hear some of my fellow MPs speak, with a lot of years in Parliament, I still believe that we still don't know what our job and duty is as members of Parliament, because we're not here to gloat and big up ministers. Our core duty, members of Parliament, outside of amending legislation, is to hold the government accountable. That's our job. And that's what we're doing. So to complain about, no, why are we saying this? No, we are literally paid to do that. No, we could talk about coming on time, all right? But showing up and discussing and being here and contributing, right, is what we are paid to do. That's what we're paid to do. Madam Chair, it was stated about other countries and their festivals. We have festivals here too, Madam Chair. Polichi Festival, as was mentioned by MP York, St. Martin Festival, the biggest festival in the Caribbean, probably this, our Carnival, among others, Heineken Regatta, St. Martin Best Weekend, we have Quavo coming up in March. We have a lot of festivals. So again, I have no idea what a prior MP was speaking about, and I don't hear the public kicking up about these things either. But our job here is to hold the government accountable. That's our job. Madam Chair, you know, and I said it before, I didn't realize maybe even how much, because the member of Parliament mentioned that the minister has a job to execute. She has that authority. And again, my authority over here is to hold the government accountable. So much so that we have members of Parliament being persecuted because of being a chair of Parliament for their influence and how they hold the government accountable. So if you don't want to take your job serious, that's on you. But I'm going to take my job serious. Madam Chair, it was mentioned in the presentation that Soul Beach was done in unconventional. Before I even get on my question and statements, I want to say, Madam Chair, I feel bad for the SED. I think it's unfortunate that the SED is being mixed up in this whole debacle. I think that you know, even sitting there, I think the perception from the public might be misconstrued. And especially by the statements made by the members of Parliament, you would believe that the SED is saying that they did an independent report, which they did, based on, and I'll go back to this, in data analysis, right? An independent report cannot be based off of data given by the person you are auditing, right? So I feel bad that it said, what we call that is a qualifying assessment. That's what we call it. We call it a qualifying assessment. In a qualifying assessment, the evaluation is based off of available information that is perhaps incomplete or limited, but it's not an independent assessment. Why? Because transparency and all these points, so the point the SED is making inside here is basically validating these points. So I feel bad, again, because the SED got a request from government. They're trying their best with the information that they are given to evaluate this event. But only based off the information they were given. And not only that, because the SED is sitting here, but they can't defend themselves, so I will defend the SED. The SED states in the report umpteen times on dates where they are contacting the government saying, hey, we cannot proceed, we cannot act properly because we don't have this data. That's what the SED is saying. So no, I understand some persons here understand loss, and I'll break it down for them also, but they might not understand data, right? Because it's like saying, it's like asking, the judge asking the criminal, can you provide evidence, right, to that you weren't at the scene, but you're not going to check any other evidence, right? So said, I apologize that you're involved in this manner. I apologize that the members of Parliament do not understand your report, right? And again, I also apologize that we only got this report today, this morning, just before the meeting started. So members of Parliament probably didn't read the report and understand what's inside of this report. In this report, for example, Madam Chair, the SED is saying we did a qualitative analysis, right? Which means, right, it's not measurable because I cannot measure. And not only that, February 2026, last month. So we interviewed a taxi driver, a taxi dispatcher, taxi dispatcher in February. This event was not even last year, the year before that. Last year. So we have to now trust the information of this individual that they could remember their whole experience. Again, qualitative, we can't measure. But now, the parts that is said did measure, the quantitative part, right, was submitted by Soul Beach itself, which means your analysis cannot be used. And I feel, and I said this in another meeting already, I feel almost embarrassed for the government. Why? What the government is doing now is putting more mistrust in the population. Because why? We have a Department of Statistics. Why didn't we use our department? Why didn't you use our department to get the data to provide to the said? We have STB. Why didn't you use our departments, our internal government departments, right, to get the data? This is embarrassing. That's embarrassing. You know why? Because we want it. It almost looks as if you want to cook the data. Because I can't imagine you're going to ask Soul Beach to represent themselves. And in statistics, you know what they say? Garbage in, garbage out. So of course, the report might look like how you want it to be because the person that provided the data, cooked the data, that's what their report says. And your own report, there's no sources. What we have here, and just for the public to understand, SMN News, Daily Herald, a taxi driver, a taxi dispatcher. So the MPs over here, right, all the professionals decide that this is what they believe as measurable data. MP Myers is right. I am scared for the future of our parliament. I'm scared for the examples that we are setting for the future of parliament. I'm scared. When we go to, and again, why was this meeting called? The meeting was called because of the unconventional ways the money came. But guess what? A year and a half ago, that wasn't what was stated. During budget debate, that wasn't stated. It wasn't stated, it was stated. We followed the subsidy ordinance, and that's how we did it. But today, a year and a half later is, oh no, we did it in unconventional ways. But then, why? Come tell us now. Because justice still waiting on unconventional ways to get paid. Minister of Education was here 2 years ago. She's still waiting on unconventional ways to get paid. So why can't we share all unconventional ways with all our other members of the COM on how to get things paid? During the budget debate, I asked another question too. And again, NPR asked for advice. The government signed the agreement, and this is why I have a problem with MPs talking about letting. So some MPs believe if it looks good, just leave the government do what they want. Being have no control. It don't matter how they get it done. Good or bad, being a follower of the law, right? I asked this question, I asked again. Did the government in their agreement agree, right, that we're going to pay this money in full accountability of government? So Soul Beach had canceled. If Soul Beach had canceled, government lose their money. So when you talk about things done in the past, show me where that was done in the past. Where the government, that's a question. Show me where that was done in the past, that's a question. Through Madam Chair. Where ministers sign on to agreements over a million guilders, where full accountability is on the government. Where? And Madam Chair, and I said this before, I don't even fully blame the Minister of TIA, because yes, I understand the creativity, you want to execute, you want to do this. The accountability also falls on the Minister of Finance, because that's the guardian of our budget, of how money is spent. So I asked this, it was asked before on clarity, did the Minister of Finance approve this? And go even deeper, was this approved by the Council of Ministers? Because then all the ministers are accountable. Because if you're willing to now find unconventional ways and agree as a Council of Ministers to support this, then I can't have no other minister come inside here and tell me they can't find money. Because they're going to say, hey, guys, what are you talking about? Go back and check the Minister of TIAD. You'll find an unconventional way to get it done. That's just a fact. You can't come in here and say anything else different because you approved it. Madam Chair, again, again, I say some MPs understand legal, but when it comes to reading data and reports, when it comes to data, I question their ability to do that. Because when persons try to make it seem as if this report is saying that because of Soul Beach is why we see this increase, it literally states, one entity, which is the Holland House, said, confirmed festival related to the tourism. One. When I spoke to some of these entities, right, last year and during the year, they said, hey, we were doing good already. And I don't even know how much guests I have in here at Soul Beach. So, in my opinion, that's what's stated here. All here. So, if you could show me different, that would be very, very nice, because the data that's provided in front of us does not state that. There's no correlation between Soul Beach, based on this report that's handed inside here, and the increase in tourism. None. Some members ask for Tier 2, etc. I don't agree with that, because again, you can't prove, or they haven't proven, that these persons at this establishment, because then all these resorts, out of the 2,500 people were here, then let's show it then, divide that number among all the entities there then, divide the number, show us how much stayed at Holland House, how much stayed there, then we can have a little more data. Again, I find it embarrassing as a government that we did not use our government entities, our government departments. Why didn't we use the SAT department? Through you, Madam Chair. As was stated before already, we already have concerns with data and trust with the public. We have the audit chamber making reports about not trusting the SAT department. Why are we not coming out and proving? Because now all we're doing now is showing more salt in the wound. Again, they know what they're doing. Why not come out and say, hey, our department did this, we can verify the data, we did our research. Why would you ask Soul Beach to do their own data? And then we have a report at which the public can see. Because we have MPs in here saying, data. Not one MP in here could tell me they read the report from Soul Beach. Because guess what? And the chair could confirm, the former chair that was there could confirm, the current chair that there could confirm. You can't even read the data. There's no data you can read. You can't read it. So either they're lying, right, or they got superpowers. Because you can't even read the data, so what are they basing it on? But of course, the other thing is, oh no, we're just going, because we feel bad, we're going to say what we got to say, even if it makes absolutely no sense. So I don't have a problem with Soul Beach. That's not my job. My job is to be creative and bring solutions. I mean, we do bring solutions. We called this meeting a year ago, so maybe if the meeting was called a year ago, we'd be prepared for a Soul Beach this year. But obviously, the meeting was not called. We have other meeting there about revenue generating. MPs have said, hey, we have ideas, we want to contribute. So MPs could talk all they want, and bring all these analogies and stories, and say that kingdom come, right? At the end of the day, the ones that are working, right, are calling meetings, are bringing solutions, are asking questions, are earning our keep. What are you doing? How much MPs in here even speak? You sit down here, come on time, and sit down and say absolutely nothing. How do you earn your keep as a member of parliament? What kind of example are you setting, or all of them setting? Madam Chair, I look forward to the answers posed. I think that and people can say, I'm tired of Soul Beach. I'm not tired of Soul Beach. You know why I'm tired of Soul Beach? Because I want to understand how this happened. Why? So we can fix it going forward, make it better going forward, and again, help every other minister with similar situations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irion. The next MP to speak is MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, again, I would like to say everything is balanced. The minister, in case you didn't hear the first time, I did give recognition for the numbers being up. Because if I can beat up on the minister, for lack of a better words, I can say when something is good. However, today, on this topic, I have a fundamental issue with the SER being present right across from us. I don't think that they should have been there. It's not a committee meeting where they can speak. It's a public meeting. And obviously it's being misconstrued that what we speak of is directed to the said. I listened to all the MPs, both sides. And unless the words are jumping off the page and changing, they are reading directly from the report. They are good in this report, and there's bad in this report. But what is kind of upsetting to me is for the past year, we have been asking, were the procedures properly followed? And today, MPs are commending the minister for admitting that procedures were not followed. But I have to ask, is it only because we received the report? And the report states this. I have no issue with Soul Beach. Zero issue with Soul Beach and the initiative. Hey, if I was Minister of Theatre, I always believe, take $1 million, you give it to Super Bowl, let's try something. But then again, I know people would kick up and say, you give $1 million for 30 seconds, but Coca-Cola could buy St. Martin 8 times and still spend yearly to advertise on Super Bowl. We saw the success, or alleged success, of Curacao by advertising in a World Series. So I understand through you, Madam Chair, that money has to be spent. Money has to be spent. We can learn from Simbats. We can take money, go to Drake, do a yearly festival. Money has to be spent, and not everyone will agree on how money will be spent. But it shouldn't take us a year later to say cross your T's and dot your I's when you're dealing with government funds. I shouldn't have to tell you that, Honorable Minister, through you, Madam Chair. Carnival. We're speaking of unconventional. That's another topic, because 2026, we're a couple months away from Carnival. So I'm going to see how unconventional that's going to pay when we don't even have a budget 2026 or a budget 2025 amendment. Those are things that we definitely need Carnival. Madam Chair, it got me laughing. Fundamental processes. I knew there was an issue when I saw the wide namer from the Minister of Theatre say, I am not answering any questions as it pertains to Soul Beach. The Minister of Theatre has to come herself and do this. That was the first alarm for me. And I often say this, I have no problem personally with any of the ministers. I actually have a good relationship with the Minister of Theatre, but I have a job to do. And that's how I feel. But I have a job to do. And if the job entails scrutiny, the job entails putting my foot down, or even entails supporting a motion, or disapproval, or no confidence, if that's what I have to do, then that's what I have to do. Because we all know I have an MP here, they call him MP Motion. So I like to be short, concise. The issue for me, my faction, it's never been Soul Beach. Issue for me is a misappropriation of funds, of the people's funds. Madam Chair, we have seen, I guess some good came out of it, because last year in all of the chaos with Soul Beach, the minister broke the record and gave Carnival the biggest injection they've ever seen. So now, I hope we can match it or even give more. But that means we have to get a budget here. Get the budget here on time. Because one thing we cannot deny, and I don't need papers to see that Carnival benefits this country tremendously. Coming from the band of the year. Tremendously, no secret at this point. So let us learn from this, take time, don't rush, involve all stakeholders when a next festival is coming, because I know this is not going to be the last. Let us learn from this. That is the most important thing. And again, because people tend to take and hear what they want to hear, today's session, I can speak for me and my faction and specific members who have made it clear. This was nothing about discrediting the said, but merely the fact that the information received was mainly, not solely, mainly from the institution that we are investigating. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. Minister, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the questions on this agenda point by members of Parliament. Minister, I look at you to ascertain whether you would like to make some comments now based on what you've heard, and then like we did with agenda point number 1, we will adjourn the agenda point and go over to the third agenda point. Minister Heiliger Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good afternoon to you. I must address, Madam Chair Lady, a concern raised regarding the CEL report. Some statements made in this room suggest that the CEL relied solely or mainly, which one MP just said, on information provided by the promoter. And that, Madam Chair Lady, is simply not true. The Social Economic Council is an independent advisory body that follows its own methodology when conducting assessment. In this case, the CEL clearly states that it collects information from multiple sources, including stakeholders, interviews with hotels, car rental companies, taxi operators, and other actors within the tourism sector, alongside available tourism and economic data. In fact, many of the hotels were approached by the CEL, were hotels that was promoted on the beach website itself, which is why the CEL was able to conduct and contact them directly and obtain their feedback regarding the bookings, visitors' activities, and overall impact during the period. It is therefore unfortunate institutions such as the CEL, which plays an important role to providing independent advice to both government and parliament, is now being portrayed as if it merely repeated figures from a promoter. That characterization does a disservice to professionalism and integrity of the council. What also concerns me in this debate is the way in which parts of the report are being used. We are seeing isolated sentences and snippets being taken. Let me stop.
Minister, the chair shall ask your indulgence and allow MP York, who I see standing at the lectern, to take the lectern for interruptions. MP York, you may at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the impression being given is basically nitpicking and that we're trying to say the CEL didn't do a good job. Madam Chair, we've been saying the opposite. Actually, we even said multiple times that the CEL pointed out here, subsequently on October 14, 2025, the CEL notified the Ministry of TIAT that earlier submissions of data was inaccurate and the data received on September 4, 2025 did not meet the standards for the institution to conduct a thorough assessment. The CEL said it. The CEL said they didn't have the information to write a proper assessment. And that's all we've been echoing, Madam Chair. So we've never said the CEL was not capable or submitted something that they're trying to say something that it isn't. They practically said it in the report. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's another snippet, by the way.
Thank you, MP York. Minister, you may continue.
So what also concerns me, Madam Chair, yes, what also concerns me, Madam Chair, in this debate is the way in which parts of the report are being used. We are seeing isolated sentences and snippets being taken from different sections of the report and presented as though they represent the entirety of the findings, in an attempt to suggest that the CEL acted incompetently or irresponsibly. That is simply not the case. When a report is dissected in fragments rather than examined in its full context, including its methodology, scope, and conclusion, it creates a narrative that does not accurately reflect the work that was done. Let me, through you, Madam Chair Lady, also remind Parliament that it was this minister who requested the SAD to review it in the first place, precisely to ensure that we had an independent assessment of the outcome and economic impact of Soul Beach event. I only received a finalized report approximately 2 weeks ago, and I also I was not prepared to come to Parliament to discuss this matter without first having an independent analysis in hand. It is also important to clarify another point that has been repeatedly suggested during this debate. The SAD did not say that it didn't receive no information. What the report indicated is that additional information was requested and information was subsequently provided. And in addition, the SAD conducted a direct consultation with stakeholders as part of its assessment. So the narrative that the SAD conducted this review without information or without engagement is simply, again, Madam Chair Lady, incorrect. The report itself clarifies several important points. On page 6, the SAD explicitly states that, and this is it, that the report does not assess the legality of the subsidy of the policy decision, but rather focuses strictly on evaluating the economic and promotional impact of the event. On page 7 of the SAD report, it also explained that the assumptions used in this analysis, including the 10% to the 35% visitor attribution range related to the event, these were not arbitrary figures, but clearly stated analytical assumptions used to estimate potential economic impact. And importantly, in its conclusion on page 12, Madam Chair Lady, the SAD states that the event delivered substantial economic promotional value for St. Martin because on the data and the stakeholders' input that were analyzed. Members of Parliament, Madam Chair Lady, are of course free to debate the conclusion of the report. That is the purpose of this chamber. However, we should be careful not to undermine credibility of national advisory institutions without properly basis. This is becoming the norm, and it's honestly, Madam Chair Lady, I find it very disrespectful, and it's becoming a trend. The SAD has provided an independent assessment using the available data and stakeholder consultation, and that information is now before Parliament so that we can now have the informed and constructive discussion. And lastly, Madam Chair Lady, let me address one more point. As most of members of Parliament and general publics are aware, the SHTA holds seats on the SAD, two seats, matter of fact. Therefore, I believe it is fair to ask ourselves a simple question. If additional information exists, why was it not provided to the SAD during the course of this assessment? And Madam Chair Lady, I will simply leave that question there, because in time, I believe, the answer will eventually unfold on its own. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, Minister Grisha Heiliger Martin. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, as discussed at the beginning of this meeting, we will go through all the agenda points and make sure collect the questions by members of Parliament, and every agenda point will be adjourned to be continued, and the questions in the first round shall be responded to in the same sequence. So, members of Parliament, we're hereby going to adjourn agenda point number 2 as we continue with agenda point number 3 for this meeting, and that is, as requested by several members of Parliament, agenda point number 3 is the prolonged delay in the construction of the vendor marketplace initially set to begin in August 2024 and its impact on small businesses. Again, I look at the requestors and ask if there is anyone who wishes to elucidate their request. Is there anyone, or the need is not there? The members are asking each other who shall, and since no one will, we shall continue with the agenda point. And I now look towards the minister, and I ask myself, ask the minister if the minister has a presentation or an introduction. That seems to be the case. So before we go over to any specific questions on the topic, the minister shall provide an update on the matter of the vendor marketplace, also known as the Phillipsburg Marketplace. Minister Grisha Heiliger Martin, you have the floor on this third agenda point.
Third and final agenda point.
And final for this meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I'm just waiting for the presentation to pop up on the screen, and then I think we can proceed.
Minister, you may proceed.
Go ahead. Press freeze, no? Oh, okay. Madam Chair, Lady, members of Parliament and the people of St. Martin, thank you for the opportunity to provide this update on the Phillipsburg Marketplace Reconstruction project. The purpose of this presentation is to offer a clear and factual, transparent overview so that both Parliament and the public understand exactly where the project currently stands, the steps that has been taken to date, and how government is moving with this project forward in a responsible and structural manner. Today, I will walk you through the following: the trajectory of the project, the challenges it encountered, the improvements and adjustments made, and the financial implications, and, of course, the path forward. Madam Chair, ladies, members of Parliament, this slide provides a timeline of key milestones in the Phillipsburg Marketplace Reconstruction project, outlining the trajectory from the initial tender process to where we stand today. The process began in December 2023, when the public tender was executed based on an insulated concrete form design. In April 2024, the design and build contract was awarded to James & James Construction under the FIDIC Yellow Book framework, which allows the contractors to finalize design elements during the implementation. Shortly after office in May 2024, my ministry initiated consultation with the contractors, market vendors, and the project co-financiers, as well as VROMI's Department of New Work. And during these discussions, several shortcomings in the original designs were identified. Based on the feedback received from these stakeholders, the design was subsequently revised to better reflect the operational needs of the marketplace and the expectations of those who will ultimately use the facility. Around mid-2024, during the groundbreaking ceremony, the Department of New Works requested that a soil investigation be conducted and began exploring the possibility of a multi-story structure. This introduced an additional technical assessment phase. By early 2025, the soil test results were finalized and confirmed that the construction of a multi-story structure would require piling, which would significantly increase the cost and make the option financially impractical. And at that stage, it became clear that continuing along the existing trajectory would not allow the project to progress efficiently. By mid-2025, the Ministry of TIAT assumed a more direct coordinating role in the project and engaged a professional project management firm to strengthen oversight and ensure better coordination among all stakeholders. And in September 2025, the Ministry of TIAT, together with James & James Construction, the project's co-financiers, began working collaboratively on a technical adjustment to address the remaining design consideration and ensure the project meets both operational and funding requirements. Nothing is happening, maybe. Okay. In September and October 2025, the Ministry of TIAT, the contractor, and the co-financiers technical team worked collaboratively to address the outstanding design concerns. The revised design was finalized and approved by the co-financiers and subsequently presented to the market vendors, who responded positively to the improvements made. During that engagement, the vendors were informed that once the necessary administrative and technical process were completed, an updated timeline for the start of the construction would be communicated. By December 2025, the contractor submitted a revised bill of quantities reflecting the design adjustments, and this revision was reviewed and validated by the independent project management firm to ensure that the costs were accurate and aligned with the revised scope of works. And as a result of these adjustments, the project cost increased, and the co-financiers were formally informed of the updated financial requirements. And in January 2026, discussions were held at an executive level with the co-financiers, during which we agreed in principle on a clear path towards securing additional funding required to move the project forward. By March 2026, the Council of Ministers approved the government's portion of the additional financing, allowing us to proceed with the phase 1 of the project. Madam Chair Lady, when the Ministry of TIAT assumed direct coordination of this project with the full support of the Ministry of ROMI, it may have appeared from the outside that progress has slowed down. However, as we know, the success of any project is not only determined by what happens on the construction site. A significant portion of the work happens behind the scenes through coordination, technical reviews, design correction, contract compliance, and ensuring that all stakeholders are aligned. This is where I would like to reference the well-known story of the turtle and the hare. Sometimes the fastest does not lead to the best finish. Sometimes a slower, more deliberate approach ensures that the project actually reaches the finish line. And when we assume responsibility for coordinating this project, we made a conscious decision not to rush towards groundbreaking without first ensuring that the design, the financing, and the project management structure were properly in place. Our focus was to move forward carefully, strategically, and responsibly so that mistakes of the past would not be repeated. One of the first recommendations made by the co-financiers was that the project should be supported by professional independent project management oversight. We agreed with that recommendation and engaged an independent project management firm to see the process and strengthen accountability. So while it may have appeared that quiet on the surface, substantial and necessary work was taking place behind the scenes, and the kind of work that ensures that this project moves forward properly and avoids another false start. And that brings us to where the project stands today, Madam Chair Lady. It is also important to note that to understand the context in which the prior design was being developed. At the time, discussions with the co-financiers were largely focused on delivering the project within the originally approved budget scope. Based on those financial parameters, and the design reflected a more basic facility that could be constructed within those limits. And the core financiers were prepared to proceed on that basis. However, the soil investigation and the pause that followed created an opportunity for us to step back and reassess the project more thoroughly. In many ways, that pause allowed the project to be reset. It gave us time to bring an additional professional oversight, strengthen the project's management structure, and engage more directly with the co-financiers' technical team to review the design in greater detail. As those discussions progressed, it became clear that there was an opportunity to improve the functionality and long-term value of the facility, even if that required adjustments to the scope and the budget. So while the soil investigation initially appeared to delay the project, it ultimately allowed us to rethink the project more comprehensively and arrive at a stronger design that governance structure that was than what existed before. And sometimes, Madam Chair Lady, circumstances unfold in a way that allows us to pause, reassess, and ultimately deliver a better outcome than what might have happened had we simply proceeded as originally planned. Madam Chair Lady, it is also important to clarify the contractual framework governing this project. The Marketplace Reconstruction contract was issued under the FIDIC Yellow Book, which is internationally recognized as Design and Build Contract Model. This type of contract is widely used for infrastructure and construction projects around the world because it provides structural framework for projects where the contractor is responsible for both the design and the construction of the work. So under the FIDIC Yellow Book, the contractor does not simply construct a fixed design. Instead, the contractor is responsible for developing and completing the design in accordance with the employer's requirements while also delivering the construction. This type of contract also recognizes that a design and build project, design development continues as the project progresses. For that reason, the contract includes a clear mechanism for adjustments. Under Clause 13 of the FIDIC Yellow Book, the employer instructs variations to the works. These variations may include adjustments to designs, the quantities of the work, the characteristics or features of the work, or the sequences and timing of construction. When such variations are issued, the contractor may be entitled to equitable adjustments to the contract price or the completion time, as provided in the contract. In the case of the marketplace project, when government and the co-financiers identified improvements such as additional restrooms, improved ventilation, accessible enhancement, and upgraded electrical infrastructure, these changes were processed as variations under Clause 13 of the FIDIC Yellow Book. The independent project management firm reviewed the process and confirmed that these adjustments were contractually valid within the existing design and build framework. Therefore, Madam Chairlady, because this project is governed by the FIDIC Yellow Book, these improvements did not require tender process. They were implemented through the variation mechanism provided in the contract, which is exactly how design and build contracts of this nature are intended to function. The redesign significantly improves the functionality, safety, and visitors' experience of the marketplace. Key improvements included a strong foundation, expanded plumbing, electrical infrastructure, improved ventilations, and enhanced shading and weather protection. These are not simply upgrades, they are strategic improvements to ensure that the Swaliga Marketplace become a modern, resilient facility that properly serves our vendors and visitors. When the Ministry of TIAT assumed a full coordination of this project, we made a deliberate decision to bring the co-financiers team directly into the redesign, alongside an independent project management firm. This was important because the marketplace we built must meet not only the government standards, but also the operational safety and visitor experience expectations associated with a major cruise destination. The marketplace is one of the first places visitors experience when they arrive in Phillipsburg. So through this technical review, it became clear that the original design had several shortcomings. It lacked insufficient restrooms, facilities, proper ventilation, adequate accessibility, electrical capacity, and proper engineering foundation. And as a result, the scope of the project had to be expanded. By additions,
Minister, I ask you to hold your word for 1 second as I attempt to reestablish a quorum in this meeting, which I don't have at this time. This meeting is adjourned briefly, allowing a quorum to be reestablished. I see several members who are in the vicinity making their way back, so I'll just wait rather than adjourning until that is the case. And that is the case. And Minister, after your drink of water, you may proceed, and quorum has been established. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chairlady. Key additions and improvements included a fully engineered foundation instead of simply building over the existing surface, ADA-compliant accessibility, including a level flooring and wheelchair ramps, 5 public restrooms and food court kitchen facility with full plumbing infrastructure, an expanded electrical system to support vendor operations and food preparation, higher roof structure, additional windows, and improved ventilation, a polycarbonated roofing system to improve natural lighting and weather protection, and durable epoxy flooring and hurricane-resistant features. These are not cosmetic changes, but these are structural, operational, safety-driven improvements that transform the marketplace into a modern, accessible, and visitor-friendly, visitor-ready facility. Madam Chair, lady, it is also important to note that the increase of cost is driven primarily by the expanded scope and quantities of works, not by changes in contractor pricing. The unit rates remain consistent with the original tender, and the revised bill of quantities was reviewed and validated by the independent project manager firm as fair and market aligned. So the increase in cost is a natural result of building a marketplace that meets today's standards, the operational expectations of our tourism industry, and the needs of the vendors who will depend on this facility every day. It is important to explain the financial figures presented on this slide. The revised bill of quantities totaled 2.8 million guilders. This reflects the updated scope of the works and the improvement that were introduced following the technical review conducted when the co-financiers and the independent project management firm outlined in the previous slide. For context, the original sum was about 1.2 million guilders, which was jointly financed by government and the co-financiers. Government contributed about 606,000 guilders, and the co-financiers contributed about 630,000 guilders. An advance payment of approximately 467,000 guilders was issued under the contract. Of that amount, approximately 254,000 guilders was applied towards works that was approved by the Department of New Works. These works included site preparation, removal of existing structure and obstacles, relocation of infrastructure, the preparation of temporary marketplace layout for vendors, and the procurement of construction material. After accounting for those works, a contractual credit of approximately 214,000 guilders remained available. This credit will be applied toward the upcoming construction phases, and approximately 144,000 guilders allocated to phase 1 and approximately 64,000 guilders to phase 2, thereby reducing the overall cost of the revised project. Madam Chair, lady, the purpose of this slide is simply to establish the financial baseline, what the original project financing covered and what funds had already been used for approval preparatory work, and what credit remains available to offset the cost of the revised construction phase. The project is now structured into 2 implementing phases. Phase 1, which was recently approved by the Council of Ministers, focuses on delivering a fully operational marketplace as quickly and responsibly as possible. This phase concludes the engineered foundation, the ADA compliant flooring, vendors booth, food court utilities, public restrooms, electrical and plumbing system, ventilation, and all essential finishes required for the vendors to operate safely. This phase allows vendors to return to their designated location and restores economic activity in the Phillipsburg market area. Phase 2 focuses on enhancement, including the polycarbonate roof structure, the steel truss, final aesthetic finishes, and beautification elements that will elevate the marketplace to the level expected of the international tourism destination. By structuring the project in phases, we are able to begin construction immediately while continuing to enhance the marketplace in a responsible and phased manner. Based on the contractor's current schedule, the total construction period for the project is estimated at approximately 9 months. Because the project is constructed in phases, phase 1 is expected to be completed significantly earlier, potentially within the first 2/3 of overall construction timeline. This means that the marketplace can become operational while the remaining enhancement works under phase 2. The phased approach also used to restore vendors' activity as quickly as possible while still delivering a full vision for the Swaliga marketplace. Madam Chair Lady, the purpose of structuring the project in phases is clearly identifying the financing. The financing is to ensure that construction can begin immediately while maintaining responsible financial management. Phase 1 allows us to restore vendor activity and return the market vendors to operation, while Phase 2 will deliver the enhancement that will elevate the facility to the standard expected of the modern tourism destination. With the financing structure now clarified and the approvals in place, the project is positioned to move forward. Madam Chair Lady, members of Parliament, and the people of Swaliga, this project has faced delays, challenges, and difficult decisions. But today we stand with something far more important, a clear path forward. We now have a validated design, additional financing, and project structure that allows construction to begin in phases. The Swaliga Marketplace is more than a building. It is a symbol of entrepreneurial spirit. And for many visitors, it is one of the very first experience they will have when they step into Phillipsburg. With the improvements that have been made, we are not simply rebuilding what once existing. We are creating a marketplace that will stand proudly amongst the best of the Caribbean. Through responsible phasing, transparent financing, and, sorry, I got kicked out. You thought something and it Through responsible phasing, transparent financing, and strong collaboration with our partners, we have positioned this project to move forward without further delay and without compromising quality. But beyond the infrastructure, this marketplace will also celebrate our local talent and creativity. The concept of new marketplace is designed to ensure that local entrepreneurs are supported and showcased. Policies will be introduced to prioritize locally made product and experiences along vendors to feature authentic St. Martin brands and creation. Visitors will be able to discover products from our own entrepreneurs, from locally culinary products like Sam's Pepper to creative designers such as Jolie Design, and products from Seban, and authentic Swaligan-inspired merchandise that reflects our culture and identity. The marketplace will also create space for pop-up events and initiatives like Go Local, allowing new entrepreneurs and small businesses to showcase their work and grow, promoting diversification sector. Each vendor stall will be equipped with modern infrastructure, including access to electronic payment systems, ensuring that our vendors can operate competitively in today's tourism environment. Madam Chair Lady, I want to thank the vendors, the technical team, and the co-financiers, and the people of St. Martin for their patience and their trust throughout this process. Today we move forward with confidence because what we're building here is not just a marketplace. What we're building here is a place where St. Martin's culture, creativity, and entrepreneurship come to life. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and I look forward to the questions in the first round.
Thank you, Minister Grisha Heiliger Martin. And members of Parliament, we can now immediately after that update and presentation by the Minister go over to the questions. I see, according to the speakers list, that MP Doran wishes to take the floor, to whom I give the floor at this time. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I must say that I'm tired of having the same discussion over and over and over and over for the last couple of months, going over to a year and a half now, because I feel like we're just speaking and it's like a broken record. And, you know, I find it quite unfortunate because maybe I could look around the room and many individuals weren't there or didn't play a role in this project. So I can say this, maybe you can fool me about Soul Beach, you can fool me about any other subject, but you can't fool me about the marketplace. The reason why I say that, Madam Chair, is because we played a pivotal role. When I say we, the Jacobs 2 cabinet, Jacobs 1 cabinet played a pivotal role in seeing this marketplace come to fruition. We left office, Madam Chair, and everything was finalized, approved building permits, the approval for them to relocate. The request was for 6 months. I indicated, listen here, Minister, I understand the ambition and I understand the hopes for it to happen, but let's do it for 9 months, even to 9 to 12 months, so that we can secure that it's done. Here we are, Madam Chair, over 2 years later, and nothing has moved. This morning, again, I'm going to say, I don't even know how to put it, because it's kind of disrespectful. Every time we have a meeting about the marketplace, you see some people walking back and forth there. I don't know if they were cutting the grass this morning or what, but it's every time like clockwork. Today we have a meeting on the marketplace, they're there. A couple of months ago, they're there. Besides that, they're not there anymore. I don't know if they were cutting the grass, but one thing I can say for sure, not a shovel went in the ground to start to dig out the foundation. So nothing is happening. I heard the minister mention through you, Madam Chair, a validated design. I want to be very correct. Is it an approved building permit or a validated design, and who validated the design? Is it the contractor, the electrician, the architect, Royal Caribbean, a senior advisor? Who validated this design? Do we have an approved building permit, yes or no? Because every time the Minister of Vromi is here, he's saying no. So I'm pretty confused as to what is taking place. What I do know for certain is that I signed and approved a building permit. And then after 6 months, it was said that it's going to continue, then it's changed, and it continued, then it changed. I see a whole new design there today. I think this is the third design that I've seen. Fourth. It's time to be corrected. You have more information than me, so. Madam Chair, again, we're going back to once you change the budget, you change the bill of quantities, you change the entire scope of works, and you have to retender. The infamous / famous FIDIC book that is being referenced by the minister, once you change and the price changes by more than 20%, it is clear that you have to retender. We can't use some parts of the FIDIC and the other parts we leave out. So again, we had the Minister of Vromi here, Madam Chair, and the Minister of Vromi said here in Parliament that once you change the scope of works, you need to retender. Here in Parliament. I didn't dream about this, it happened, Madam Chair. Majority of us was right here sitting. So my question through you to the Minister of TIAT, Madam Chair, did the Minister of Vromi approve that it no longer needs to be retendered based on his last statement here in Parliament in regard to the same subject matter? Madam Chair, I heard about a project management company being used or being recruited. So am I to understand through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister that Vromi is no longer playing a role in this, this project? And if so, what role is the New Works Department playing? And also my question is, Madam Chair, the price for the new contract manager, project manager, as the Minister mentioned, does that come out of the total budget? And if not, which budget did it come out of? Can you indicate which budget post we can find that? Because I don't remember that being budgeted as a separate entity because New Works was to handle the project. Madam Chair, I would like to know through you from the Minister, based on the report today, very nice report. I love the design, honestly. But when are we going to start and when are we projected to finish? When are we going to start and when are we projected to finish? Madam Chair, September will make 2 years since the famous, infamous groundbreaking took place. August 15th, my apologies, 2024. Since then, nothing has happened, nothing has changed. But blame, blame, blame all around. Then it was New Work saying need a soil test. But why would you need a soil test if we approve a one-story building? And now you have a two-story building in the projection, and now you're saying that you don't change the scope of works, you don't change the bill of quantities. Can I get some clarity on that point, Madam Chair? So that's another question. I would like some clarity on that point. Madam Chair, I want to say the following. I brought a motion here in Parliament a couple months ago for relief for the vendors. I would like to know where is the government with respect to the relief for the vendors? Because right now that's the only important thing for me because I have no confidence in the start date, the end date, and all the different dates that we've been receiving. If I have to, and you know I started this morning, and I have a list actually here with some questions and a whole timeline as to how the conversations took place, what was mentioned, when it was mentioned. But I just leave it up to God right now because I am not even bringing it up anymore. I'm kind of tired of replaying the same thing over and over. I'm genuinely concerned that after the 4-year tenure, this project will not be completed because of wanting to change a design that was already pre-approved. And I have no issue with somebody wanting to change something, but if you're going to change it, then execute it. Because the market vendors deserve better. And lastly, Madam Chair, I'm going to say in closing, my advice, if the minister would want to take it, would be to genuinely consider retendering before you find yourself in more problems, exactly what is took place with the whole Soul Beach situation, because I can guarantee you, sitting in that seat, knowing the whole organization and know how the FIDIC works and all those things, you have no other alternative, through you, Madam Chair, Minister, but to retender the project, because everything changed in its entirety, from the scope of works to the cost of the building to every single thing in that regard. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I look forward to the responses before I move on to the second round. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Doran. Members of Parliament, again, I would encourage you, if you're going to be speaking, to please take, like, for example, this time, to sign in, and it would be helpful for the process. I continue, and I give the floor to MP Irion. MP Irion, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister and for the presentation. And Minister, I'll say that it's definitely a beautiful design. I do believe this is the third one or fourth one that I've seen. I think this is the most beautiful of all of them. But the questions still remain. And again, I think we keep on setting these expectations. Every time we have a meeting in Parliament, tomorrow there'll be a release in the media. People get excited again, then months go past and we see nothing. I was a little confused by the one in the slide where it stated that the project management team has approved the bill of quantities. So my question is, through you, Madam Chair, is the Ministry of Rummy out of this whole picture now? So do they have nothing to say? Did the project manager approve the bill of quantities and then send to the Ministry of Rummy, New Works, or whichever department it is, to validate, since that's one of the words for today, to validate if this is true, good, etc.? Because I know in the past, when the prior government, all of this had to work in tandem. So TIGAT said something, Rummy had to approve, Rummy had to check the bill of quantities. So where's the Ministry of Rummy in all of this? Did the Ministry of Rummy approve or acknowledge that the project manager will take over their role in approving the projects, the bill of quantities, et cetera, et cetera? The bill of quantities. Is the Ministry of Rummy of the same opinion as the project manager regarding the FIDIC? And can we get confirmation through you, Madam Chair, that this is the opinion of the Ministry of Rummy, that they agree with the feedback and opinions of the project manager? Because at the end of the day, it's a government project. Given the bill of quantities, given that the fact that the bill of quantities has changed, does the minister acknowledge that the economic basis of the original tender has been altered and that other bidders may have priced the project differently had the revised design gone out on tender? Does the minister agree that insisting on a revised design and revised bill of quantities at the original contract price would amount to an unlawful allocation of risk and a de facto contract amendment that could expose the government to claims, arbitration, and audit findings? If not, on what legal basis is this position maintained? The minister noted that the design and the bill of quantities have changed. Can the minister, through you, Madam Chair, explain, with reference to the specific clauses of the FIDIC Yellow Book, how a material change in design after the contract was awarded is legally permissible without triggering a new procurement process, particularly where such changes were not part of the original? And we even saw in the presentation the price increase, Madam Chair. So my question there is, in the presentation it stated the government original amount, the third parties are contributing, what was already spent, and the credit that is left. Where is the rest of the money coming from for this new amount? Because there is a new amount. I think it's over $1 million, if I could go back to the slide. So who is paying for this new amount? Because that amount is not part of the CapEx. So is Royal Caribbean contributing this extra amount? Is it the port? Where is this new amount coming from? And based on that new amount alone, I'm seeing it as a new project because that's a whole new price. It's $1 million more. So any other business or entity would want to participate too. Continuing, Madam Chair. Furthermore, what criteria is the ministry using to determine whether the current design and bidder quantities changes are non-material variations allowable under the FIDIC versus material scope changes that would legally require a retendering? And lastly, Madam Chair, can the minister confirm whether a formal legal or procurement opinion was obtained on this specific point regarding the design changes, and if so, by whom was it provided? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irion. The next MP to speak is MP York. MP York, I invite you to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is going to be short. Once again, good afternoon to everyone. Madam Chair, after watching the presentation of the minister took us back down memory lane to understand where the project started and all the things and challenges that she encountered on the way and where we are today. The one thing that I'm missing, and for it to be missing after a year and a half, going on 2 years, I did not get out of the presentation when the project was supposed to officially start. When will the first hole be dug? Not workers walking around on the site kicking rocks. So that, if the minister could bring more clarity to that, would be appreciated. Also, Madam Chair, what was not really depicted in the presentation is the amount of changes that happened in the design from day one to now. Because when the minister took office, Madam Chair, the original design was a simple, I don't know how much amount, the exact amount, but it was simple tiki huts that were going to be built, lightweight tiki huts. And at the end of the day, the minister changed the design, through you, Madam Chair, and upon changing the design is where the first delay started. Because in the presentation pointed out that the question, the request from the Department of Romy, or the Ministry of Romy, for soil tests, et cetera, things that were not part of the original set of documents. Now, Madam Chair, that soil test and the calculation, the structural calculation that was requested was based on the design that the minister, through you, Madam Chair, wanted to execute. That design was a solid concrete roof of, I think, about 50 meters. I stand to be corrected. A solid concrete roof. Being that the structure would have been much heavier than originally anticipated, that is where the soil test request came in. That is where the structural calculation came in. Now I'm seeing a totally different rendering today where there's no more solid roof. There's some type of lightweight glass, seemingly glass or fiberglass structure. I must say it looks nice. It looks real nice. However, it complicates things again because what design are we getting? What design is validated? What design does the minister currently today have a building permit for? Because again, if we're stating here, if the minister stated in her presentation that a big part of the delay was because of soil tests and additional requests from Romy, and those requests were based on the design at the time being a solid concrete roof, if the design has changed again, isn't that just now a complete waste of time? And this waste of time, when I look at the numbers that the minister presented, I'm seeing that the original contract sum was something of 1.2 million guilders. And in saying that, the minister said the BOQ and stayed reasonable, and because of that, it doesn't need to change. But now I'm seeing that the revised BOQ, bill of quantities, is 2.8 million. That's a difference of 1.6. So the current project has more than doubled compared to the original project. So my question is, this 2.8, is it based on the solid roof structure, or is it based on the lightweight structure that I just saw, or that we just saw? That's a question to the Minister, through you, Madam Chair. And again, I would like to know, because I didn't see it in this overview, what is the cost for inflation and differences in material costs because of the time, the delay over the last year and a half? I would like to know if you could extrapolate that data to difference in the cost increase and the cost increase due to time. Because again, the project has more than doubled in cost compared to the first one. And being that it's the third or the fourth design I've seen from the beginning to now, knowing that the original design, the first design, already had a building permit, and I know, at least it was told, I think, I don't know if it was the last time or the time before the last when the minister was in Parliament, that the second design, or the design that was slated to be done, was being stuck at Vromi, because at that point, the fingers are being pointed, it's a Vromi problem. What building permit do we have, or does the minister have today? And for which design is it? Because now if it's for the design with a solid roof, then we still have a problem, because then we still can't start. And if it's for the design that I just saw, that we just saw in the presentation, that makes me wonder, and it may sound harsh, it makes me wonder if the minister, TEAT, or whomever is making these decisions, if they know what they want. Because the design is constantly changing, at least it appears to be. So I don't know if this was a rendering just for presentation's sake, or if this is what's really supposed to come, but now I'm even more confused. And in closing, Madam Chair, going back to my original question, when are we to start? Because as my colleague MP Doran stated, every time we seem to have a meeting on the topic, we see movement happening on the project site, and then as soon as the meeting is over, the movement stops. But one thing is consistent, there's no hole dug as yet. So I don't know if, and I would understand it kind of at this point, if the minister is reluctant to give a date because she doesn't want to be held to it and it is not met again. But Madam Chair, at this point, I'm seeing a whole presentation, and after almost 2 years, we still don't have a start date. After almost $500,000 spent, we still do not have a start date. Because here, I have a start date from the original, from mid-August 2024, groundbreaking. I have another one, marketplace construction moves forward. Moves forward with what? That was November 5th, 2025. I have another one, the Minister, Heliger Martin, Phillipsburg Marketplace to be completed in 6 to 8 months. Madam Chair, this was in August 19, 2025. Fair to say that 8 months, even if you want to take 6 or you go to 8 or you want to add 9, we long past that. And we're still not done. There's another one, $500,000 guilders spent, down payment made, Phillipsburg Marketplace project could restart in January 2026. Madam Chair, we are now pretty much heading towards April. And there's no start date in sight. And this is after $500,000 being spent. This is after the project more than doubling in cost, and at whose expense? Because at the end of the day, I would also like to know the 1.6 million extra guilders, who's paying for that? Is it split between Royal Caribbean and the government? And if it's a split, what kind of split? If there's not a split, I would like to know where this 1.6 is coming from. And again, this 1.6 additional, for which design is it? And again, how is the government, and maybe I have to give the minister kudos for that, how is it that the Ministry at TEAT can constantly find this amount of money every time something is needed to be done? And this is not a shot at TEAT, but it makes me question what goes on in government, because if TEAT need 1.6 million, they can find it. If they need 500,000, 700,000 for Soul Beach, they can find it. But when the Ministry of Education need a couple thousand to buy toilet paper for the schools, we receive hearing that there's no money and there's no budget. So I'm trying to make it make sense. And maybe if there's a special trick that the minister is using or the ministry at TIAT is using, I think they should share that with the other ministries, because the other ministries seemingly can't find money to do anything. And that's holding the country up. So, Madam Chair, once again, can the minister give us an exact time? Can the minister explain to you, Madam Chair, the difference in cost increase and what is inflation to what is material? And as well, lastly, in one of the slides, I saw words such as, under the cost validation, cost increase due to new scope elements. So which means the scope has changed, which means the tender that was done of the old scope is no longer valid because there's a new scope. So how is the old tender still valid? And then I'm seeing the revised BOQ confirmed as fair and reasonable, but show me in the law where it states once it's fair and reasonable, you don't have to retender. The BOQ, Bill of Quantities, here in the cost validation of the presentation is stated as confirmed by whom? As fair and reasonable. What is reasonable? And show me, through you, Madam Chair, can the minister show me where in any policy or law states that once it's fair and reasonable, you don't have to retender? And with that, that will be it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. The next MP to speak is MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, listening to all of this is just depressing. Government is about continuity, Madam Chair. Where is the continuity regarding the marketplace? Do you understand, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, that the longer this project takes, the vendors continue to suffer? They continue to work in inhumane conditions. I understand that you work on Swaliga Road, but I work at this Parliament building where the parking lot is right next to these vendors. I have to hear the cry of these vendors nearly every single day. Through you, Madam Chair, I see great press releases. I see great execution of PowerPoint presentations. But when are we going to see the execution of these great envisioned projects? I previously asked the minister early today if she feels productive. And this is one of the reasons why I asked this question, because in order for us to feel productive, something has to be happening. And currently, there's nothing happening. I would like to remind the minister, through you, Madam Chair, that in 2023, I, Lyndon Constantine Jr. Lewis, was appointed to the TIAT cabinet. And the discussions with regard to the marketplace also commenced with me. Since 2023, from your presentation, and I stand corrected, you mentioned that the tender process, I think, went out in 2023, December. That is incorrect. That is incorrect, Madam Chair. Because I worked in TIAT from January 2023, and I left in July 2023. And James and James Construction was already part of that project. So I don't understand what tendering process is going to go out. So I'm trying to understand, and I said I stand corrected if that is not so. Minister, you also mentioned, and I would say you have to be very, very careful with what information that you are disseminating to the public. What was the technical issue with the design that had to be addressed? Because this design, I have seen the original designs. And according to my colleagues, they see 4 designs. I can't keep up anymore. but I need to know what technical issues that had to be addressed with the design. And when was the technical problem completed? Minister, through you, Madam Chair, why with all these announced improvements, does it seem that the project keeps being delayed? In the past, right before the election, it was stated that the project would commence. Then a few months later, during the budget discussions, it was again said that a project would start. Yet nothing has happened so far, except the removal of some bricks and some leveling of the land, while funds have already been paid out for work that has not truly begun. A few months ago, toward the end of 2025, it was again stated that the project would be completed within 8 months. However, many months were mentioned at the time. Now we are 4 months further, and there is still no visible sign of the project actually starting. Additionally, there are questions regarding the planned 2020-volt electrical connections for each vendor. Who will cover the cost of these 2020-volt connections, especially since air conditioners, refrigerators, and other equipment will be connected to them? Will each vendor unit receive its own individual connection with GEBE? Or will the government and ultimately the people be responsible for conveying these costs? Furthermore, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, what is the Minister's plan regarding the rent for these vendor units? Will the rent remain 100 guilders per month? Or will it be increased to compensate for the upgrades and the cost of the electricity? Madam Chair, we here in this honorable house, again, is to hold the minister, our ministers, accountable. We here have an oversight responsibility. And Minister, through you, Madam Chair, if the people don't call you, they do call me. And I will say this, you choose to give up your honorable seat here in Parliament to become a minister, and it is your duty to execute on the people's behalf, and it is my duty to hold you accountable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. We have MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister of TIAT for that presentation once again. 3 quick questions. You stated that VROMI's Department of New Works requested soil testing, pretty close to when the groundbreaking had to be done. Why was this requested then? And what were the financial implications of this test being requested at such a late date? And also, how did this impact the timeline pertaining to the completion of the marketplace? Through you, Madam Chair, number 2, were the stakeholders consulted through this process of the first design and the current design? Mainly Royal Caribbean Group, the vendors, did they have input in all of the designs? I see that the expansion of scope was increased to include 5 bathrooms, a kitchen, more windows, and a few others. Now, were these not included in the first design? Things like bathrooms, this kitchen area, or were more needed? Or was this due to, I don't know, what was the reason why this expansion of scope was introduced? Lastly, Madam Chair, to you, when it comes to this FIDIC yellow book that we are speaking of, and the design having to be retendered, etc., I did a quick look up on the FIDIC yellow book, and I see that there are many books, apparently about 10 books. Number 1, why was this FIDIC yellow book used in this particular case? And from what I see, the book allows for design changes to variations under clause 13. So I'm assuming that, and I can get confirmation, does this scope fall under that clause? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Labega. We continue, and MP Waver has the floor. MP Waver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the Honourable Minister and support staff for the presentation, and I'm looking forward to seeing, as they say, the first brick being laid as well. I will await the answers from my other MPs, the questions that my other MPs posed, and then I'll see for the second round. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Waver. Some other members of Parliament are signing up to speak. I'll give them a moment to do so. As the next speaker is MP Kotai. MP Kotai, you have the floor.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Minister and to the viewing public. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I just have one question. I see you had on one of your slides a picture with the vendors. What was their feedback, and are you in constant contact with them, even though you're on Swaliga Road? Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Sorry, thank you, MP Kotai. We have then MP Myers is up next. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Good afternoon once again to the Honourable Minister and the support staff and to my colleagues here in Parliament. Very briefly, Minister, I just want to know, I have one question. So what is the projected starting date? And once it's started, what is the projection of the completion of the marketplace? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. We do have another MP to speak. That will be MP Janssen as she takes her place. And then we have MP Otley, who will also speak. So I just wait for MP Janssen to take her place, and then I give her the floor. MP Janssen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question that I was contemplating if I should ask or not. I looked at the pictures of the depiction there for the marketplace, and I saw that there is space there to walk. And it's been a pet peeve of me every time that we have to walk from Parliament back, especially walking in the night, that we cannot walk facing the traffic anymore because of where the barriers are. And just to you, Madam Chair, it's probably not possible, but if the minister can just let us know if they can push back the barriers a little bit so that people can walk easier there in the passage going over. And something important that my colleague mentioned just now that one of the vendors spoke to me about today is that they said that they have no clue what is coming. I don't know if that is true, because I have seen the minister's cabinet visiting the people in the marketplace, but they have some concerns about what exactly is coming, what the building looks like. So was the minister able to speak to them or show them what would be coming? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Janssen. We have then MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I too would like to go on the record and state that while the presentation was beautiful and the design is beautiful, I don't get a direct start and finishing date. I need that. That is very, very important. So when I walk out of here and I get questioned, I can give an answer. Up to yesterday, I was almost ambushed and questioned based on this marketplace. So I am a bit lost on how the consultations are going, because up to yesterday I'm being asked what is happening and are we fighting for them. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of TEAT, it's going to become too repetitive should you end up in a debacle with this marketplace. I understand that a contract is signed, but coming from the construction world myself, you cannot have a tender I submit a bid based on this tender, a construction company may have lost based on a specific tender and then change the design almost completely and then expect that it will go as should. My biggest worry is the almost 500,000 spent for a chicken coop. Nothing there screams 500,000 guilders, 467,000 guilders, if you may, through you, Madam Chair. Nothing. And what bothers me is that this is the third time that we have had a meeting with the Minister of TEAT. And when I walk to Parliament, I see machines and I hear the machines working. And by the time I leave, I can guarantee you they're not working. And the meeting can be literally an hour, 2 hours. My advice to the Honorable Minister of TEAT, get off the train before it goes too far. If there's an error, if there's a issue, contractual issue that we will face, get off the train before it goes too far. The further it goes, the more you have to pay for it to come back. Take heed. This is my forewarning. Let us find a solution. Let us be transparent that we can give those good men and women a clear and definite answer for this marketplace. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. Now I think that we have completed the list of speakers on this topic. No, we have not yet completed it, as MP Roseberg has considered to also add her signature to the speakers list, which we allow her to do. And the next speaker up, as soon as MP Roseberg takes her place, will be MP Roseberg. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Once more, good afternoon to everyone. Special good afternoon to the Minister of TEAT and her support staff, to my honorable colleagues, and to the Public Tribune, for the ones still present here, and for the public listening and viewing online. First of all, Minister, thank you for your presentation. I like the fact of showing what currently is being done, showing that, as they say in Dutch, haastige spoed is zelden goed. And currently, I believe, seeing the timeline that has been given so far, I find it important that we set the clarity and the foundation straight before we give unclear answers in regards to how it has been done in the past. And because we cannot hold up articles, for example, where you refer to timelines not having been met, but not looking, for example, at the past, where also certain articles were brought out in regards to the same marketplace. And I believe that we are at this point that we all agree that the people, which we all walk through on a daily basis, deserve the best of the best. And that's why I'm happy to see that, yes, it's taking longer, but what they will be getting will be something state of the art, and that's what we all can agree on. Because if we look at the past, and I do believe we shouldn't forget the past, if I look at the articles, I'm referring to August 1st, 2023, similar article, construction of the new marketplace projected to start in September. And with the current process being made, construction work for a new Phillipsburg marketplace is expected to start sometime September 2023. So what I want to say with that, having the public expecting and not delivering has happened in the past on several occasions. So let's set back, reflect, seeing the presentation that was given, and let's continue from there. I'm seeing
MP Roseberg,
yes.
If, with your indulgence, I would allow MP Doran to make an interruption. MP Doran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it pains me to sit in the room and listen to this because basically, in my humble opinion, MP Roseberg is encouraging the non-action that is taking place, disregarding the sentiments of the vendors. And I think with encouragement like this, we might never get a marketplace. Madam Chair, there's a quote in the Bible that says, spare the rod and spoil the child. And this is clearly what is taking place here now. So Godspeed to the market vendors if this is the encouragement in terms of the support from Parliament side.
Thank you, MP Doran. MP Roseberg, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair Lady. So as I said, seeing the current presentation that has been given and seeing the state-of-the-art marketplace that the vendors will be getting, I'm looking forward to that because we cannot continue seeing what was brought forward in regards to this, the artist's impression of the new marketplace versus the current impression of the future marketplace. At least I'm seeing that what they will be getting will be something worth waiting for because they have waited a long time. So that's why I'm happy to see, and I have heard several members in Parliament mentioning that they love what they're seeing. So at least we're on the same page in regards to that. And it will be unfortunate that it's currently being looked at who is bringing it. Because at the end, if we are saying we're going to do things different, and if we are saying we are here for the people, and if we're saying we're feeling for the market vendors, at least we should be happy that what they're getting will be something state-of-the-art.
MP Roseberg, if you will allow me to permit MP Otley's interruption, because maybe you might want to respond, so I don't want you to close off and not allow MP Otley to make his interruption. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one thing I learned today is perception is everything. Perception. And when I hear things like we all, I just be quick to interrupt. Because I don't want the perception to be that I agree, that I am happy because it looked nice, they can wait 2 years. Madam Chair, one of the ladies told me, my son, that's how they call me, my son, I've been here 2 days and I've made $15. Easy for us to say, wait. We collect our salaries. Easy for us to say, wait. So we don't agree, Madam Chair, that because it's nice, they can wait 2 years. A.M.R. E.C. Otley does not agree with that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Otley. MP Roseberg, you may continue.
Thank you.
But before you do so, MP Lewis wishes to make an interruption, which I will allow, and then allow MP Roseberg to continue. MP Lewis?
Madam Chair, a starving child that can be fed with sugar, water, and bread can't wait to receive a steak, because by the time the steak comes, the child already dead. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. MP Roseberg. Just not yet, MP Roseberg, with your indulgence. MP Irion. MP Irion, you have the interruption so that then MP Roseberg, if necessary, can respond to what you're being interrupted for, MP Roseberg. So MP Irion, you have the floor for interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wouldn't say URSM because last time some got offended, but I'll say the leader of the URSM and MP Roseberg had the same mentality. The prior government in the past it was done, the prior government in the past it was done. So because something was done bad in the past, we have to continue doing that this way in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
MP Roseberg, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I'm happy to see that I'm being interrupted so much, clearly saying something valid.
We're not through yet, MP Roseberg. Just hold your breath for a second, because we have MP Kotai who wishes to make an interruption at this time. MP Kotai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for clarity's sake, the previous MP who interrupted is admitting that it was done bad in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Kotai. MP Roseberg, I think now you may continue.
I hope so. I hope so, Chair Lady. seeing what my previous colleague, MP Kotai, mentioned, and that was exactly the point what I was trying to make, seeing in the past, if we providing a sketch of what all has taken place, we should provide a clear view. There are several MPs that love to bring out articles and reference to articles and showing them big, show all the articles and don't show a selected view. That was the only point that I was trying to make, and I never said that it is okay for the vendors to be waiting for so long. But fact is, they are waiting for so long. So if you're waiting for a long time, wouldn't you like to get something better out of it? It would have been very unfortunate if they would have been waiting for this long time and receive what was promised in 2023. I'm just looking at it, the improvements show itself. And what I said is, and I heard from several members, I'm not saying all, but I said several members without mentioning names, the one who said so know who they are, that they are happy to see what the result has become. So if you're not happy, then say you're not happy, but the ones that said that they love what it looks like, it's on camera. We can replay the footage. That's what I said. But I'm seeing there's another MP that would like to make use of his interruption.
Yes,
so
and I will determine whether that possibility would be given. I see my words of earlier about interruptions are being taken to heart, for which thank you, members of Parliament, for the deliberations amongst yourself on this very important topic. So, MP Roseberg, with your indulgence, because I assume that the interruption made during your presentation is directed to you, so I'll allow you to hold on and allow MP York to make his interruption. MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one thing I don't do, I don't throw rock and hide my hand. When the good MP speaks on MPs showing articles, that was me, right? I always show articles. And some may like it, some may not, but we always comparing, and not we, this government, in particular MP Roseberg a lot, is always compared to the former government. The former government this and the former government that, also her leader, former government this, former government that. Be careful what type of behavior you're condoning. Where is the former government now? On that side of the room. So if you want to condone that, if the good MP wants to keep on condoning that, if you want to copy behavior, you might get the same result. Be careful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. MP Roseberg, I think you were kind of wrapping up your statement, but you may continue.
Chair Lady, how much minutes I still have?
Well, by the time we deduct for the interruptions, you have a few minutes to
Okay, thank you.
continue.
One thing I'm known of is being very unique, so copy-pasting does not fit me. That being said, I am one of the MPs that looks at what is right and what is wrong, and I dare to speak out even if I'm standing alone. So therefore, what I said, I stand by it. But let me now make use of my time to ask the questions that I wanted to ask.
I would
instead
suggest
of
that, yes, MP?
Yes, thank you. So, Minister, to you, Madam Chair, can you please provide more detail within your timeline, which I, if needed, will accept in writing, why continuity wasn't possible for a start date of June 1st, 2024, which is what the former administration was emphasizing on. I just would like to get clarity, seeing that I'd like to have the whole picture. I'm also curious to see why the opposition in this regard isn't stating the timeline was wrong and why it didn't start when they were in office. I just want to understand the complete picture. And it's okay if that's what I'm asking, you can make a use of your other interruption to get clarity on that, but I would like to understand the reason. And other than that, seeing the personal remarks that were made, I and my leader, which I'm part of the USM party, are two different persons. So my leader can answer for himself, and Shamira Donata Mahatma Roosevelt will do that as well. So the confusion that we're trying to create and the politics that's trying to be played, I'm not here to entertain that. I'm here to entertain the meeting that was requested a year ago, I understood, a long time. The minister is here to provide the answers. So those personal attacks or personal feelings, etc., towards me, we can continue, and I love the interruptions, but let's stick to the facts. Thank you.
With that statement, I will allow MP Otley to make his comment or
Thank you, Madam.
interrupt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in 2022, everyone is forgetting about that, MP Otley issued a rendering that, again, was approved by Royal Caribbean, all parties, and had a building permit. 2023, again, then Minister Lambrix had everything in place and was promised to start September 2023. However, it was so eloquently advised not to start in September, seeing the height of the hurricane season. And everyone knew after September came the infamous election period. So I just figured I'll answer, since the minister can't answer why. But when it pertains to the June 2024 start date, only this government can answer that, because June 2024, we wasn't in there.
Thank you, MP Otley, for that comment. Members of Parliament, according to the speakers list, oh yes, we do have another speaker, and I'm sure some more interruptions. So I will give MP La Cruz the floor, who is the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I think the previous speaker was so confused with the whole scenario. So I'm just going to shed some light on it for her. She mentioned the article in August 2023. So I have a question. When was the old marketplace broken down? Because I want the comparison to be made between waiting 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, and waiting 3 years. Is it the same? There was mention of came to answer the meeting that 1 year. Madam Chair Lady, is that acceptable? Is it acceptable that the members of Parliament need to wait 1 year for a meeting that is called? Next question. Did the previous minister, Minister Lambrix, did he receive the blessing from the Royal Caribbean Group with the rendering he had in place? I'd like that answer. Also, Madam Chair Lady, the rendering that was done then, there was also a rendering for a bus terminal where the tour buses, and the agreement was already made with most of the tour guide companies that they will now stop at the bus terminal, which will direct traffic through the marketplace. Because what sense does it make, and I mentioned it before, that you're going to have a train, but tell the people from the train, don't buy there by the market, buy in that shop. Is the marketplace about just having a marketplace? Or is it making sure that the market ladies can survive? Like my fellow colleague mentioned, $15 in 2 days, while you have to pay $10 to move and bring your stuff back. How much sense does that make? Madam Chair Lady, there's a difference between talk because you have something to say, or talk because you have to say something. And sometimes I believe that that is the problem here in Parliament. Because if you don't have nothing to say, that makes sense because you don't have the knowledge of what is going on, then don't say nothing because you sound lost. You sound lost. Madam Chair Lady, I remember Royal Caribbean Group didn't even want to be mentioned with this whole scenario. They did not want anyone to even know that they were contributing to the marketplace. When that came out, they got highly uplifted about it. But now we gone to, oh, they have to approve. No, it had nothing to do with that. The point remains, the ladies on the marketplace are suffering. Emotion was brought to help them. Nothing happened with it. Zero. What is the plan? When are we going to start? When are we going to finish? What is the plan to direct traffic through them? Another speaker spoke about, rendering and have a bath. We have a bathroom there already. There is a bathroom there already. If you're going to place another bathroom, place it somewhere else. Find in between Walter Plains and the square here and put one somewhere in between. Because right now the alleys are being used as latrines. That is what we should be paying attention to. When will we start? When are we going to finish? That's it. All the, do it without consultation and the stakeholders. And the ladies and them don't have a clue what is happening. Madam Chair Lady, the same one that went on the radio ramp and mentioned, oh, we show pictures, meetings that were held where everything was consulted with them, but because she ran on a specific list, she and then she realized I was used. So she went on a rant again. They use me, they use me, they use me. In the meantime, the market ladies are still suffering. We want it fixed. Pretty design, ugly design, don't matter, get it done. According to MP Lewis, no. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. I think now we have come, indeed, according to the speakers list, we have come to the end of the speakers on this agenda point. I look firstly to the minister and ask the Minister of TIAT if she has some initial comments to make on some of the matters raised by members of Parliament. Minister Grisha Heilige-Martin, you have the floor.
Good afternoon or soon good evening, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I have been in Parliament from 2020 to 2024. Hurricane destroyed the marketplace in 2017. So I can safely say and state for the record that I have heard the cries for 4 years. So I could safely also say that I went there with a full heart to go there and build the marketplace the day we break ground. Not knowing what would have happened and not knowing the unforeseen things that happened that delayed this project. So it was literally, Madam Chair Lady, beyond our control, and it hurts. It hurts to see them still suffer. So if you're telling me that you're hearing it the last year or two or a couple months, I've been hearing it for 4 years, so it hurts me too. And Madam Chair Lady, I want to also state for the record that when I met with the the vendors, the last meeting I had with the vendors, a picture displayed there a few months ago, I showed them this exact video. So they saw this rendering before members of parliament, because I gave them that respect. And I also told them that, yes, the Minister of Finance and I are working on the relief. The relief has been approved by the Minister of Finance and I, that they will have relief for the years that they work there, that they don't have to pay their fees. Then, Madam Chair Lady, I am lost too, because I just heard the former Minister of Tourism said that his rendition was ready for September, and I call them co-financiers because I still respect and don't call their names. The co-financiers approved it. But here comes another minister in the same party, took control after and changed the renderings. And when I got into the position, Royal says, well, we haven't released the funds as yet. So with all the rhetoric that's going on, that the former COM is stating that everything was ready, it wasn't ready, Madam Chair Lady. It wasn't ready, Madam Chair Lady. And secondly, the vendors were not happy with the second design from the second minister, because it was changed again within the same party, Madam Chair Lady. In the same party. And here we are today.
Minister, with your indulgence, I'll allow MP Doran to make an interruption.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I don't want to use the word, but I'm going to say that I believe that the minister is currently misrepresenting the truth. I'm not going into the party of the two ministers, but I'm going into the fact that everything was ready. I signed the building permit. The building permit is dated. It was presented in a previous meeting by the Minister of TIAT for us, so it is in Parliament's realms. So for the ministers to say that everything was not ready is a blatant misrepresenting of the truth. I'm not going into who changed what design. I could tell you when we left office, May 2024, the design was ready to go. And this minister has changed the design on herself, I think about 2-3 times coming to Parliament. I've seen 2 or 3 different renditions. Just for the record, thank you.
Thank you, MP Doran. Minister,
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, advice could be ready, a business building permit could be ready and everything, but the money wasn't readily on the account and ready to be done because they did not release the funds, Madam Chair Lady. So guess what? I had to go back, sit with them, rehash everything, let them know that, hey, I told the contractors and I told also the co-financiers, the vendors were like, a small change, can you please bear with us? And we made the change, we went back and it was approved, and that's how we were able to do the groundbreaking then. But like I said, what happened after that was beyond our control, and that is therein lies where all the setbacks happened. But Madam Chair Lady, I just wanted to say, and I'm gonna end just quickly, my last sentence before the MP takes if you allow the MP to continue. I want to say that we took our time this time and gave them something meaningful and something that can be something beautiful that will stand along, that will have a longer impression and a longer support for the vendors. And we just decided with all the delays, let's just make it something huge, something that not only the vendors, but also that now our entrepreneurs can also, our local entrepreneurs can also be part of. And I just wanted to just say that for the record, Madam Chair Lady, and looking forward to coming back to Parliament and answering these questions that was posed in all 3 agenda points. I think I'm going to need a few weeks for that. I can't say right now how much because I don't know exactly how many questions we had, but it's a lot. And I'll maybe send in writing to you, Madam Chair Lady, if it's okay, to let you know exactly when I can return to answer these questions in the first rounds for all 3 agenda points. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, Minister Grisha Heilige-Martin. MP York, you are requesting an interruption. Yeah, let me deal with MP York's interruption before I respond to the minister and for the continuation of this meeting. MP York, you may make your interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, 2 things. One, zooming in on what the minister just said, the minister literally used the word, we took our time this time. So wasn't the time taken with the other 2 renders the same thing? Something special happened this time around? And one thing I would like to zoom in on again, and I'm very consistent in what I'm saying. Madam Chair, I stood right there a year and a half ago, with an article of a groundbreaking from August 2024. There was no building permit, there was no money, there was nothing ready to actually dig anything, but yet a groundbreaking was done. Just want to rehash that one right there. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. Members of Parliament. Members of Parliament, as long as we're having a discussion, and I haven't really adjourned the meeting yet, interruptions, I can allow interruptions at a maximum of 3 per agenda point per member. So I'm allowing the members to make their interruptions, and I will allow MP Lacruz to make his interruption before I adjourn the meeting. MP Lacruz. And this is the last interruption, just a heads up.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, the minister mentioned concerning payment. At no point was the Royal Caribbean Group going to transfer, give any money. This was going through the harbor. This was going through the harbor, and I always say, I try to keep it nice and civil, but that is not true. It was going to go through the harbor was going to deal with the marketplace, and they were going to deal with the harbor. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacruz. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the point where this meeting will be adjourned for some time before we continue with the minister presenting answers asked in the first round of this public meeting. The minister has indicated that some time will be necessary for her to prepare for the responses. And my response to the minister is that the Secretary General and the Secretariat of Parliament will be in touch with the ministry and the minister about the continuation. And as soon as that is finalized, then the members will be informed accordingly and the meeting will be reconvened. Until that time, I want to thank the members of Parliament. I want to thank the minister and her support staff and all who remain tuned in to this meeting for your participation. And I hereby adjourn this public meeting of Parliament. Have a good evening. Meeting adjourned.